We hope you enjoy the production of Ramapo. Prologue. "What do you have, Cunningham?" asked the thin-haired man wearing the white lab coat. A deep crease ran the length of his forehead. Cunningham, a sharp-eyed brunette, focused her gaze on the twin monitors before her. Her eyes darted across the screens, absorbing every detail, as her nimble fingers whizzed across the keyboard, analyzing the streams of data flowing before her. "All systems normal, sir," she replied, her voice steady and confident. "Good," the man nodded with a hint of worry. He pushed back his seat and stood up, his lab coat swishing rapidly with his movements. "I've got to make a call to headquarters. Can you stand by?" "Affirmative," Cunningham replied, her gaze fixed on the man standing beside her, awaiting further instructions. "If anything goes wrong, sound the alarm," he instructed. "Yes, sir," Cunningham acknowledged, her eyes never leaving his retreating figure. Conrad hung his white lab coat among the others and squared off with the wall monitor. It emitted a green laser that scanned his head. A schematic appeared on the screen and made one complete rotation. The door whispered open, and he quickly exited. Cunningham motioned to a nervous young man. "Garrett, where are the spreadsheets I asked for? I emailed them to you and filed a copy, ma'am, just like you asked." He pulled a document from the upper shelf displaying an image of a DNA double helix on the cover. She turned back to the terminal and began to type and scan the contents. "This can't be all the data. There's a whole sequence missing," she exclaimed, frustration brimming over. "I included everything," Garrett stammered, his face turning pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, Cunningham made a swift decision. "Martin, attend the monitors with Garrett. I need to check something," she commanded, rising from her seat and striding purposefully away. Unfazed, Martin climbed the last step to the upper level of the laboratory, his footsteps echoing softly against the pristine white walls. In his hand he held a steaming cup of coffee, the rich aroma penetrating the air. He took a leisurely sip, savoring the warmth that spread through his body. "Anything for you, Mrs. Cunningham?" He bowed with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He didn't want to upset the Queen in one of her moods again. He flashed a smile and pretended to miss the dirty look she gave him. Martin chuckled to himself, finding amusement in her fiery spirit. "That Cunningham is a firecracker," he whispered to Garrett, who stood nearby, tugging at his collar, which suddenly felt uncomfortably tight. "I should have warned you, but I guess now is as good a time as any." Garrett shifted nervously, his eyes following Cunningham's retreating figure. "Don't let her scare you," Martin reassured him. "She's always hard on the newbies. The first week I was here, I shredded 3 pages of her precious spreadsheets. That was 3 years ago. She's still mad about it." Garrett laughed nervously, relieved to know that he wasn't the only one who had felt the weight of Cunningham's expectations. "Do you want to see something cool, Gare?" Martin asked, not waiting for a reply. He took another sip of his coffee, the steam rising from the cup. "Follow me," he said, leading the way down the staircase. As they descended into the lower level of the laboratory, the air grew cooler, and the hum of machinery filled their ears. Martin sauntered across the room with Garrett following closely on his heels to a control board situated in the center of the room. Its sleek surface gleamed under the bright lights. He gave Garrett a minute to take it all in. The control board was a marvel of technology, adorned with an array of electronic switches and buttons. It seemed to hold the power to control something significant, although Garrett didn't know what it was. "This, my friend, is the motherboard," Martin declared, a sense of pride evident on his face. "From here, we can make it or break it with a flip of a switch." With a sudden movement, he toggled one of the switches, causing a sharp sound of retracting metal to reverberate through the room. Garrett spun around, his eyes widening at the sight behind him. His gaze locked onto chambers with reinforced diamond glass and self-contained systems and conduits beyond it. Within the chambers, he could see a swelling mist and tendrils of fog dancing and curling. "Is that fog?" he asked, wonder evident in his eyes. With the question lingering, Martin snapped, "Okay, Gare, pay attention," his tone serious as he prepared to reveal the secrets of this mysterious chamber. Reluctantly, Garrett turned his attention towards the control board, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As he explored the array of switches and buttons, a faint vibration pulsed beneath his touch. His hand came to rest on a red pry bar, its glossy surface beckoning him to discover its purpose. "What's this one do?" he asked curiously. Martin's eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly grabbed Garrett's hand, his grip firm and urgent. "Don't touch that one. Whatever you do, never touch that one," he warned, his voice shaky. Garrett's gaze shifted from the control board back to the glass-encased chamber behind it. "What's in there?" he inquired. A mischievous grin spread across Martin's face as he leaned in closer to Garrett. "Have you ever heard of a dog, Gare?" he asked, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Garrett nodded curiously. "Sure." Martin continued, "You know how they're kinda stupid, they slobber and have bad breath?" Garrett raised an eyebrow, his confusion evident. "Yeah," he replied uncertainly. Martin's grin widened. "Well, we'll say it's a dog, a bastard, if you will." Garrett eyed him with intrigue. Just as the air grew heavy with anticipation, a sudden scurry of feet echoed behind them, causing Garrett to twist his body in search of the source of the noise. His attention once again quickly returned to the glass-encased chamber, his eyes fixated on the swirling fog within. Amidst the mist, he could hear a distinct sound, a thud and a drag, growing louder with each passing moment. His heart raced as he strained to catch a glimpse of what lay hidden behind the glass. But then silence descended upon the room, leaving Garrett on the edge. He squinted, his gaze locked onto the glass, his ears attuned to the slightest sound. The room remained still, as if holding its breath. Suddenly, a shadow danced across the airlocked chamber and an almost human hand emerged from the fog, slamming against the thick glass. The force sent tremors throughout Garrett's body. Terror gripped him, causing him to stumble back into Martin. This caused Martin to spill his scalding hot coffee all over himself. "Whoa!" Martin exclaimed, setting down his mug and hastily wiping his shirt. "Gare, what are you doing?" Garrett's gaze remained fixed on the glass. "That's not a dog, Martin." "Very observant, Einstein," Martin replied sarcastically. Through the swirling vapor, piercing yellow eyes materialized and locked onto Garrett. Fear surged through him, and he let out a high-pitched scream. Martin, still trying to clean his stained shirt, chuckled slightly. "Come on, Gare, you're making me question your masculinity." Every fiber in Garrett's body said to run, to hide, but he couldn't move. Paralyzed with fear, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the beast. Martin, unfazed by the sight, didn't bother to look. He was more concerned about his ruined white shirt with hot coffee all over it. "Don't stare at it, Gare. You'll make it angry," he said, sounding disgruntled. The way it looked at Garrett with death behind its terrible eyes was unnerving, but the most chilling discovery was the eerie intelligence that emanated from them. It bared its teeth in a snarl, tilted its head and let out a haunting, ear-piercing wail that reverberated through him and left his skull vibrating. Overwhelmed, Garrett stumbled backward, accidentally jarring the red pry bar. The glass began to retract. A stale, earthy smell filled the room. A cloud of moisture billowed across the ceiling, capturing the creature's curious attention. Garrett desperately tried to scream, but only a feeble breath escaped his lips, so he resorted to swatting at Martin's arm. Martin, still focused on wiping his shirt, brushed off Garrett's attempts. "Dude, relax. I got it under control, but your expression was priceless," he snickered. Garrett managed to utter, swatting at Martin once more. "Dude, seriously, I've got it," Martin reassured him. Garrett watched the window open, and a bolt of terror shot through him. Nothing separated them now. Those horrible yellow eyes locked their deadly gaze onto him. The beast lurched forward, revealing its full, horrible form, and erupted in a piercing, howl-like shriek. Martin spun around. He saw the yellow eyes turn on him as if seeing him for the first time, and the last thing he ever saw was the slashing, animal-like claws that sunk deep into his flesh, sending his lifeless body slumping to the ground. Sweaty and trembling, Garrett seized the opportunity to quickly slip beneath the switchboard. He shrank back and prayed that whatever that thing was wouldn't hear his heavy breathing. On the upper level of the laboratory, Cunningham tilted her head toward the ceiling, sensing a shift in the air. She ran her hand along her arm, puzzled by the palpable condensation. Her eyes widened with realization. She tightly gripped the hardback binder and hurried back toward the command center. "Martin, get Conrad on the line. We need—" She abruptly stopped. Her words left hanging in the air. The stale, pungent odor knocked the wind out of her. Dark splatters of blood dotted the floor, catching her attention. She hurried to the stairway overlooking the lower level of the laboratory. She stopped cold in her tracks. There it stood, its sleek hair glistening under the artificial light, its chest heaving. Martin lay splayed out motionless on the floor, while Garrett cowered beneath the switchboard. The fail-safe rooms on the far wall were wide open. Instinctively, she drew back her hands to stifle a scream. Involuntarily, she dropped the hardback binder. It slipped to the floor with a hard clap. Yellow eyes looked up at her, claws dripping with fresh blood. Outside, Conrad arrived at the laboratory and stepped onto the security scanner. It demanded,
"Identify yourself."
He positioned his head forward, waiting. From the corner of his eye, he saw Cunningham peering at him through the window, her expression hollow and gray. Something was terribly wrong. He studied her face.
"Please face forward until transaction is complete,"
the system instructed. Conrad turned back to the security scanner, willing himself to remain still. Finally, the system announced,
"Transaction complete,"
and the door slid open. "I got through to headquarters," he trailed off. "Are you all right?" Cunningham collapsed into his arms. He sank to his knees, cradling her head, and pressed his fingers against her carotid artery, desperately searching for a pulse. "Cunningham," he pleaded, hoping for any sign of life. There was none. He cried out, "Somebody! Help! I need help!" A figure emerged from the dimly lit room, lights flickering with excessive condensation, and bounded him with slashing claws. He fell back narrowly, avoiding its deadly reach. At that moment, a door clicked open, and the sound of voices carried down the corridor. The beast paused and lifted its nose into the air, nostrils pulsing. It bellowed a low-pitched beckoning howl, the contemplation of freedom showing on its face. It barreled toward the main security exit. There was a stampede of feet as more of them emerged from the lab. Conrad sprawled himself out, as low to the ground as possible over Cunningham's bleeding body. He remained there with his head buried, looking at the floor as an endless array of shadows flitted past. He could hear them scratching and brushing along the wall as they went by. Their screams, the unmistakable howls of a nightmare, come to life. Amid terrorized screams, the beasts burst through the door and fled into the outside world for the first time. Chapter 1. The small lamp dimly lit the bedroom, casting long shadows to every corner. Through the open window, a chill breeze spun the long sheer curtains in a waltz. Liam snored atop the completely made bed, fully dressed in t-shirt and jeans. His shoes tossed to one side of the room, and his socks tossed to the other, said he'd gone down harder and faster than an elephant with a blow dart. It had been a heck of a day, and the whole week had been a relentless blur of tests. It was finals week, plus it was football season and practice wasn't optional for the quarterback. The exhaustion was palpable. The only sound in the room was the rustling of leaves as the wind picked up, which was probably what lulled him to sleep in the first place. Suddenly, the quiet calm of the evening was shattered when his phone began to ring. Liam jolted up like a shot had been fired, scanning the room to figure out where the noise was coming from. He paused, rubbed a hand through his tousled blonde hair, and glanced at the clock. It was 9:30 p.m. Well, I guess 20 minutes is better than nothing, he muttered to himself. Truth be told, he was kinda glad to be woken up. He had been dreaming of her again. The phone continued ringing, so Liam spun around and began patting down the bed sheets, making his way towards the headboard. Finally, his hand smacked against the plastic phone case hidden under his pillow. He lifted it up, squinting at the display with his sleepy eyes. Someone was calling from an unknown number. He figured it might be some annoying telemarketer, but then he remembered it was way past business hours. Maybe not. Sitting up on the edge of the bed, a shiver ran down his spine as soon as his foot touched the cold hardwood floor. He pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment if he even wanted to answer the call. But he was wide awake now, so why not? He tapped his finger on the accept button and grumbled, "Hello?" "Liam." The voice on the other end sounded serious and muffled. "Nikki?" His heart skipped a beat. Any other person might have been fooled, but he had known his cousin her whole life. "Listen, I can't talk long," she said, her words hushed and urgent. "Something's happened and I need your help. You're the only person I can trust." Liam's eyes darted around the room, searching for answers that weren't there. Something must have gone down during her trip. She wasn't supposed to be back until tomorrow, but the crystal-clear connection told him she was indeed back. "What's going on?" he pressed with concern. "I'll explain everything, but not right now," she replied. "When?" Liam's grip on the phone tightened until the pink drained from his fingertips. "The Valentina tomorrow night. I'll send 2 tickets to the show. Meet me backstage, that way no one will suspect anything." "If you're in trouble," Liam began. "Just promise me you'll be there," she insisted, cutting him off. "Of course. I'll be there, Nikki." Liam's voice wavered. A gasp came through the line. "I have to go," she said abruptly. The phone beeped 3 times and the line went dead, but just to make sure, he called out, "Nikki?" his voice questioning and desperate to get answers. He frantically scrolled through the recent call list, desperately searching for her number among the incoming calls. But then, a realization struck him like a lightning bolt. "No number!" he exclaimed in frustration. A surge of dread chilled him to the core. The sinking feeling lingered, refusing to be shaken off. He let out a deep exhale, his gaze fixated on the wall, lost in a sea of blank thoughts. A shadow whirred past the window and a gust of cool air whipped the sheer curtains into a frenzy. He snapped a glance in their direction. Placing the phone on the bedside table, he strolled over to the window, parted the dancing curtains, and peered outside. His bedroom overlooked a flat front yard with one large looming oak tree. The wind was picking up, but otherwise the neighborhood was quiet. It was dark, except immediately around the lighting of the lamp posts that dotted the street. As far as he could see, there was only one person out. Mr. Bentley, a round, portly fellow taking his Shih Tzu for a walk along the tree-lined sidewalk near the end of the street. Like he always did around this time. He walked along the sloped sidewalk and dipped out of sight. The night was oddly cool considering it was mid-May. The leaves of the old oak had probably cast the shadow, but he pushed the window closed anyway and absently wiped the chills from his arms. Chapter 2. The next day it rained. The sky was cloudy and gloomy. Dark clouds loomed overhead and made everything seem gray. Instead of being depressed about it, he actually felt relieved. It matched his mood. A sunny day would have been a mockery of his inner turmoil. It was as if the universe understood and was saying it felt his pain. He was worried about Nikki. But other things pressed on his mind as well. It had been 1 year since his breakup. The weight of the anniversary pressed heavily upon him. Sadness, irritability, and anxiety intertwined within him and refused to loosen their grip. He knew he should be over it by now, but the ache remained, a constant reminder of her absence. After all, it was her choice to leave. Pacing the room, his eyes were a turbulent blue sea, giving a glimpse of the tempest brewing inside. He gravitated toward the dresser. Seeking a tangible connection to her, he opened the top drawer and dug out a small black box from underneath the folded tees. With a flick of the lid, he opened it and looked inside. It was a stunning ruby and diamond ring. Rubies were her favorite gemstone, and this exquisite gemstone captured her essence perfectly. The jeweler's words lingered in his mind, describing rubies as the stone of love, energy, and passion. It perfectly encapsulated everything he felt for her. Its fiery hue was like the intensity of their connection, a flame that would always burn in his heart. The jeweler had also shared a fascinating belief, that the wearer of a ruby could walk through this lifetime and the next without being overcome by evil. He had wanted her to feel safe, to understand her significance in the world. He had wanted to marry her. Today made him think, what if? It was almost worse than losing her to imagine for one moment that he still had her, but then snap back to an empty reality. After all this time, he had kept the ring. But why? It was stupid. She was never coming back. He couldn't even bring himself to tell Matthias he still had it. Matthias was his best friend. He should have told him, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Matthias told him everything, and he was the most trustworthy friend he had ever known. Not the least annoying, though. He could be a real pain sometimes, always bringing up stuff he'd rather leave in the past. He suddenly remembered why he had never spilled the beans to him in the first place. And you know what? Come to think about it, he was totally okay with it. Out of nowhere, a banging echoed through the house, causing Liam to jump as if he'd been caught red-handed with his hand in the cookie jar. Startled, he clapped the box closed and pushed it to the deepest part of his pocket and his mind. With a quick motion, he closed the drawer, knowing exactly who was on the other side of that door. He must have taken too long, because Matthias was out there bouncing like a kid on a pogo stick trying to see through the top row of door windows. All right, Tigger, I'm coming," Liam called, swinging the door open to a rain-soaked Matthias. Miraculously, his jet-black hair, short on the side, longer and full-bodied on the top, was swept back, completely dry and indefectibly styled as usual. Liam noticed Matthias's tennis gear lying to the side and concluded he had used the tennis racket as a makeshift umbrella to protect his precious hair. Classic Matthias. "What, no sunglasses today?" Liam teased, knowing that Matthias always had a pair handy. A flicker of disappointment crossed Matthias's face. "You really think I would wear sunglasses in this weather?" Yes," Liam deadpanned, locking eyes with his friend. A mischievous grin spread across Matthias's face as he reached inside his button-up shirt, revealing a pair of sunglasses hanging on the inside. "Well, you're right," he admitted, beaming his signature flashy smile. After a beat, Matthias dropped his hands and let out an exasperated sigh. "Dude, seriously? We're going to be late for finals if you keep messing around." Liam couldn't help but laugh. "Bro, you walked here without an umbrella? What were you thinking?" Matthias shrugged, a sly grin playing on his lips. "Come on, man. I live next door, remember? When you snagged this place, the house next door was up for grabs. You practically begged me to lease it, and eventually I caved. I felt sorry for you, man. We've been tight since kindergarten. I knew you weren't ready to cut the cord," he said. His eyes filled with mock pity before flashing his trademark smile again. "I remember it a little differently, but yes, I remember you lived next door," Liam replied, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "Guess this means I'm driving." He grabbed his keys from the wall, closed the door, and headed toward the sleek white Range Rover parked in the driveway. Matthias slid his sunglasses in place, effortlessly cool, and picked up his tennis gear. "It's the least you could do," he quipped, falling in step behind Liam. Matthias stowed his gear in the back seat and jumped inside before the rain could impinge upon his freshly styled hair. He was buzzing to talk about his latest project. "So, I've been busting my butt on this character design for my finals," he started as the car pulled away. "I've poured my heart and soul into it. And then my professor, Ms. Chardin, tells me I need to work on my concept. Ms. Chardin, smasher of dreams." Both Liam and Matthias had chosen the same college, one that offered both of their chosen fields. Liam was all about architecture, while Matthias was into visual graphics. They often found common ground in their discussions, given the overlap between their majors. Today, though, Liam was feeling moody, with his mind tangled up with thoughts of his cousin Nikki, and on top of that, it was the anniversary since his breakup 1 year ago. Right now, he was happy to just let Matthias ramble on. His friend's words washed over him like white noise as he got lost in his own thoughts. Matthias, sharp as ever, noticed Liam's distraction. "I said, can you believe that?" He crossed his arms with a huff, waiting for an answer. Rain pattered down on the roof, where they sat idling at a pedestrian crossing, waiting for the light to change, when Liam felt Matthias's gaze on him. His brooding expression must have caught Matthias's attention, not that he was particularly good at hiding his feelings. Tears had welled up in his eyes as he sat thinking about a past memory of his ex, so he desperately tried to avoid Matthias's gaze. He attempted to ignore him by admiring the scenery outside the driver's side window, but Matthias's stare was unavoidable. He tried to buy himself time by adjusting his rearview mirror, but to no avail. If Matthias had laser beam eyes, he would have burned a hole right through his head. Eventually, after allowing his eyes to dry, Liam gave in and glanced his way. "What?" Matthias ripped off his sunglasses, his statement blunt and to the point. "You're not over it." Liam tried to play dumb. "What are you talking about?" His nervous laughter betrayed him. "You're still in love with her. I knew it. I knew you weren't over her," Matthias exclaimed, crossing his arms and leaning back, a knowing smirk on his face. "No way, man," Liam denied, trying to sound convincing. "That was ages ago." It might as well have been yesterday, but he didn't dare admit that. Just then, a convoy of Goliath military trucks roared around the corner, sending waves of rainwater splashing against the windows. Liam counted 7 of them, each loaded with gear and covered with army green tarps. He wondered what they were hauling, but didn't feel like sparking Matthias's imagination. "The government," Matthias spat, his tone bitter. "Oh boy, here we go," Liam muttered, already knowing where this conversation was heading. "What do you think they're up to this time?" Matthias mused, his gaze fixed on the disappearing convoy. "Maybe they're just on a routine mission. Why is everything a conspiracy to you?" Liam chuckled, trying to defuse the situation. "Not everything," Matthias retorted. "Really? What about the moon landing?" Liam jabbed. Matthias flared back. "So I don't buy that Armstrong was the first man on the moon. Shoot me!" "But why wouldn't you snap a picture of Earth from space? Have you seen the satellite images? They're breathtaking. Why wouldn't you take a picture of that?" Liam drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "Okay, say you're right. Why would the government lie about that?" Matthias sighed, as though this should be obvious. The same reason they lie about everything. War, espionage, weapons, tech. They want world domination. That's good for us, right? We're Americans. Shouldn't we be happy about that? Liam grinned, playing devil's advocate. "Sure, until they want what you have and will stop at nothing to get it," Matthias warned. Liam was relieved when they finally rolled through the university's iron gates. "I've got 2 tickets to the Valentina tonight, by the way," Matthias groaned. "Do we have to go?" "I wanted to kick back and watch some football." "Nikki will be there," Liam countered. He knew Matthias had been crushing on his cousin Nikki since they were kids. To Nikki, Matthias was more like a brother, but Liam didn't want to go alone, and Nicky was a lure Matthias couldn't resist. "I'm in," he agreed without a second thought. They parked and exited the Rover, walking past the statue of the thinking man, and continued up the steps leading to the university forum, where classical music filled the air. It jogged Liam's memory of his ex, in a red silk dress, playing to a sold-out audience. The music drew him in, and he found himself walking towards the concert hall, forgetting his class was in the opposite direction. Matthias followed, his eyes wide, and I-told-you-so expression on his face as he watched Liam entranced in the music. When the music ended, the spell was broken, and Liam turned to find Matthias staring at him, slack-jawed. Realizing he'd been acting weird, he tried to play it cool, but it was too late for that. "I knew it! You're still not over her!" Matthias exclaimed, wagging his finger at Liam before strutting off to class. Chapter 3. The entrance was packed with eager photographers jockeying for the spot that would provide the coveted money shot that could make their career. Each one stood huddled behind the rope that lined the red carpet, their cameras flashing like a lightning storm, their collective chatter carrying on the evening breeze. Liam glanced at his phone. No calls. With a sigh, he jammed it back into his pocket and scanned the crowd. A parade of luxury sedans and limousines kept a rhythmic pace. As soon as one celebrity reached the door, another vehicle would turn the corner. This kept a steady stream of A-list celebrities streaming in. The energy of the crowd ebbed and flowed like the waves of the sea. One minute, the boisterous paparazzi would rise up and yell, "Look at me!" or "Over the shoulder." The next minute, they would flatly complain, "It's a nobody." So the energy of the crowd fluctuated. From his third-row vantage point, Liam observed the chaos. Standing just a smidge taller than his buddy Matthias, he was an average height of 5'11". Though shorter than the average quarterback, his athletic build hinted at his past as a high school quarterback and his current status as a college one. His talent for strategic plays had won him a full ride to an Ivy League school, fulfilling his father's dreams. He was grateful for the scholarship. It gave him a sense of independence. Unlike many of his peers, Liam preferred to avoid the spotlight. He'd sneak out the back door or linger in the locker room, claiming he needed to shake off the physical toll of the game. It wasn't that he was antisocial. He just valued his privacy, especially after the breakup. Everyone seemed overly concerned about his well-being post-breakup, but thankfully, these paparazzi weren't interested in his love life. They were here for bigger game. A sleek black limo rounded the corner, pulling up where the red carpet met the curb. Liam glanced at his phone again, noting the time. A driver, sporting a black hat and dark shades, circled the car. He swung open the door, offering a white-gloved hand. A slender hand met his, followed by a chic young woman. She gracefully unfolded herself onto the red carpet. Liam felt the week's stress ease slightly and exhaled a sigh of relief. He had a clear view of Nicky. She was safe. She stepped out of the limo, her gaze darting nervously over the crowd. Liam recognized that look. She was anxious. But it was fleeting. Camera flashes ignited like a starburst, and the crowd's buzz intensified as she paused for photos. She seemed completely absorbed in the moment, so much so that Liam questioned if he'd misread the urgency in her expression. "I'm in love," Matthias declared dramatically, clutching his heart and waving like an overzealous fan. "Nicky, I love you." Liam suppressed a laugh, knowing it would only fuel the antics of his eccentric best friend. Instead, he rolled his eyes theatrically and teased, "Hey, Matt, wipe your mouth. You're drooling. It's really gross." He knew Matthias hated that nickname, which made it all the more amusing. "Don't call me that in public. It'll ruin my image. It's pronounced Ma-T-us." "What image is that?" Liam asked, already knowing the answer. Matthias adjusted his collar. "My Latin lover image. And I can't help it. She's stunning. No offense, but I can't believe she's your cousin. What happened to you? Recessive genes? Liam ruffled his blonde hair. What are you talking about? I've got the looks. That tall, dark, and handsome thing is so yesterday. Plus, I've got style. He popped his collar to mimic Matthias. Matthias turned and folded Liam's collar back down. You're forgetting. That's your dad's jacket. Your dad has style, not you. Liam raised an eyebrow. But who scored us tickets for tonight? True, and that's why you're my best friend. Liam nodded. About time I got some appreciation. A gust of icy air swept over them as the porter swung open the hotel entrance just in time for Nikki to glide inside. Matthias watched her, entranced. Oh, I appreciate you, Liam. I really do. He seemed lost in a pleasant daydream. Liam snapped his fingers in front of Matthias's face. Could you be any creepier? They approached the towering security guard clutching a clipboard. He gave them a vacant stare until they flashed their neck badges. Then he waved them in with the same enthusiasm one might use to swat a pestering fly. Thanks. You're such a nice man, Matthias stammered, laughing nervously. The guard grunted his annoyance. Once they crossed the threshold, Liam said, You can be. Matthias looked puzzled. I can be what? Creepier. Just answering my own question, Liam teased. How was I being creepy? Liam raised an eyebrow. A big man? I meant to say nice. But you said big, Liam countered. Well, he is big, Matthias conceded. Chapter 4. The interior was noticeably darker. Above them, a sea of tiny lights twinkled like a clear, starry night. A spinning chandelier made of 1,000 tiny crystals hung from the ceiling, scattering shards of light across the room and turning it into a dazzling, enchanted wonderland. A few steps, and Liam found himself face to face with an ice sculpture so intricately carved it took his breath away. The glistening wolf looked so alive that Liam had to stifle a gasp. He stood there, slack-jawed, and muttered a stunned, Wow. A droplet of water slid down the wolf's icy fang. After a few seconds, his gaze drifted to a stone wall draped in vibrant tropical plants. Water danced down the rugged surface, pooling into a winding phosphorescent lagoon. It flowed beyond the interior wall, turning the outside courtyard into a luminous blue-green oasis, where guests lounged lazily. As they ventured further, they were swallowed up by the sea of people. Peals of laughter echoed around them. Liam looked towards the bar and saw a trio of stunning women, draped in silk saris, shaking with laughter over glasses of Fini. Nearby, a group he assumed to be Chinese erupted into applause as a friend joined them. As they navigated the room, Liam noticed its diverse mix of nationalities. The women were incredibly beautiful, maybe even excessively so. It felt unreal. They could potentially be part of the runway show Nikki would be in later, he thought. This place is insane, Matthias commented, his face a picture of awe. Does it make you feel uncomfortable to be here? Nah, Liam lied. Before Liam had the chance to form another thought, he heard his name being called in the distance. He looked up to see a wispy-haired blonde with a carefree smile leaning over the balcony railing. It was her. It was Jules. She was stunning. Her pale skin almost glowed against the strapless black dress. Her wide wave sent her hips swaying side to side in the opposite direction. She looked even more beautiful than he remembered. Once he saw her, he couldn't look away. Emotions flooded through him, overwhelming, depressing, painful, and yet there was a flicker of happiness. He took a deep breath, and it felt like the first one he had taken since she left. His heart raced, thumping against his rib cage. The room seemed brighter, lighter somehow. He barely felt his feet on the ground, almost as if he were floating. Be cool, he reminded himself. Is this the real reason why you wanted to come tonight? Matthias asked. Huh? No, Liam stuttered. You didn't tell me Jules would be here, Matthias scolded. Liam shook his head. I didn't know. Jules made her way through the crowd, apologizing and excusing herself. Matthias rushed to her, lifting her up in a delighted embrace. Liam followed behind, but once he got within arm's length of her, his brain completely shut down. He didn't know what to do, so he just stood there awkwardly staring at her. Their breakup hadn't been the smoothest, and he hadn't handled it in the most mature manner, so their last interaction hadn't been the best. Matthias gushed. I'm so glad to see you. Liam has been such a drag since you left. While Liam waited for the backup generator to kickstart his brain, he was glad to stand back and let the two of them chat. It gave him a chance to gather his wits. She still had that power over him, and breaking free seemed impossible. I'm so glad you're here, she said with a sigh of relief. I was worried I'd have to endure a boring night of discussing stocks, bonds, and the ever-changing money market. You know how rich people are. They talk way too much about their money. Wait, doesn't your dad own this place? Doesn't that technically make you, rich? Matthias asked, an eyebrow cocked in curiosity. I'm down to earth, remember? Not one to flaunt or anything, she replied. Her words trailed off as her gaze found Liam's. Her eyes were bluer than the dazzling Palawan waters, and Liam found himself getting lost in them once again, the space between them charged with a magnetic undercurrent. He felt the pull as he stared into her pale blue eyes. After a moment, he snapped out of his daze. He couldn't decide whether to give her a hug or shake her hand, but he knew he needed to keep things light. After all, it had been a year since they last saw each other. He took a step forward, determined to do something, anything, to avoid standing there like a total weirdo. Just then, the three-legged frame of a tripod slammed to the cold, hard floor between them with a crack. A young man with fiery red hair and an equally fiery face had stumbled into the room, struggling with a duffel bag and wrestling with a wide-angle lens. Liam crouched down, swiftly picked up the fallen tripod, and handed it back to him. The red-faced young man seemed to have an intense bond with his camera gear, way more than one would expect. Liam's face lit up with recognition. John, I was hoping you'd make it tonight. How did finals go? Let's just say I'm beyond relieved they're over, John replied, glancing in Jules' direction and nearly dropping his camera in the process. Jules, is that really you? He tucked his camera under his arm and pulled her into a tight embrace. She steadied his wobbling tripod. Looks like the whole gang is back together again. John glanced at his watch, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It's amazing to see you, Jules. Sadly, I'm running horribly late. I need to get this equipment down to the studio. Maybe we can all catch up later? In a clumsy attempt, John tried to cram the tripod under the same arm as his camera. Liam reached out to help. Let me give you a hand, he offered. Matthias abruptly squeezed between them. No worries, he chimed in. You stay here with Jules, I'll lend him a hand. Matthias followed John onto the waiting elevator, a mischievous grin plastered on his face as he playfully mimicked firing air pistols in Liam's direction as the doors closed. Chapter 5. The elevator doors slid open to a quiet, empty hallway. At the first door, John dug into his pocket, fishing out a jumbled mess of keys. He sifted through them, mumbling to himself. Where is that key? Ah, here we go. No, wait, maybe it's this one. He finally picked a silver key and slid it into the lock. The key turned with a satisfying zing as the door opened with a soft click. John flicked on the light and Matthias lingered in the doorway, carefully scrutinizing the room. This doesn't look like a dark room, he commented. John laughed. Dark rooms are so last century. It's all digital now. He flopped down in front of a computer, plugging a cable into the camera. Matthias handed the tripod to John and asked, Weren't you supposed to be the next big thing in news broadcasting? What made you switch to photography? Just then, a parade of women sashayed past the door, their outfits a riot of colors and their hair styled in the latest avant-garde trends. Ah, never mind, I think I just got my answer. John stashed the tripod behind the desk with a contented smile on his face. "Photography's my one true love." Matthias's gaze, still fixed on the retreating line of women, replied, "Well, to each his own. Who am I to judge?" John laughed and continued, "You know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I'm on the hunt for that one perfect shot, the one that sparks curiosity, encapsulates a nation's desires, or captures the sheer beauty of the universe." "Yeah, well, you just missed the beauties in the universe," Matthias retorted, craning his neck to peek down the hallway after the disappearing train of beautiful women. Chapter 6. The peninsula suite opened before them like a gateway to another world. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the bay, where the setting sun painted the sky in watercolor strokes of deep blue, burnt orange, and dusty pink. Light glanced off distant skyscrapers, turning glass and steel into molten gold. Through the open veranda doors, a breeze carried the sweet whispers of jasmine and orange blossom. The scent hit Liam like a memory. Jules' perfume, the same one she'd worn that last night. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting it wash over him. How many times had he rehearsed what he should have said? The words had been there, trapped behind a wall of fear and pride, while she'd stood before him saying she needed space, needed time, needed to leave with her father. He hadn't understood then. Maybe he still didn't. The room's careful minimalism, scattered flowers in crystal vases, rich wooden accents against white walls, barely registered. His mind was too full of her, of all the things left unsaid. He couldn't let her slip away again, not without finally giving voice to the truth he'd carried for so long. Jules turned, catching his gaze. Something flickered in her expression. Recognition, perhaps, or remembrance. "Wait for me outside." When she returned, she carried 2 glasses of something sparkling, finding him at the sleek bar table. She extended one of the Voss artesian glasses toward him, and as he reached for it, their fingers brushed. The contact sent electricity racing up his arm, and he let his hand linger, memorizing the feeling of her skin against his. She looked up through dark lashes, and suddenly he was drowning in those eyes, those impossible eyes he'd spent a year trying to forget. Now they held him captive, and he never wanted to surface. A soft laugh broke the spell. "You're supposed to drink it, you know." Caught staring, he lifted the glass quickly to his lips. Bubbles danced across his tongue, decidedly non-alcoholic. Sparkling water? He couldn't quite hide his disappointment. Liquid courage wouldn't have gone amiss right now. One eyebrow arched playfully as she watched his reaction. "All the rage in France," she said, eyes twinkling. Something about her expression, so familiar, so perfectly Jules, broke through his carefully maintained composure. A chuckle escaped him, then another, and suddenly they were both laughing. Really laughing, the kind that shakes your whole body and makes your sides ache. Tears gathered at the corners of his eyes as months of tension dissolved into pure, uncomplicated joy. He hadn't laughed like this since her. With Jules, he didn't have to think about who he was or what to say. He could just be. The banister felt cool against his palm as he leaned back, trying to appear more relaxed than he felt. So, how was France? The question hung in the air between them, weighted with everything unsaid. Jules' eyes lit up, but there was something guarded in her smile. France was transformative. Lonely at first. But then... She trailed off, twisting a strand of hair around her finger, a habit he'd always found endearing. "When Father said we were coming back to the States, I felt this rush of something. We just got in last night." "I'm glad you're back," Liam said softly, meaning every word. Her expression clouded. "It's temporary. Father's already planned our move to Italy next month." The news hit him like a physical blow. Liam set his glass down carefully, turning to stare at the water so she wouldn't see his face. He managed a short nod, his throat tight. "Liam, I tried to tell Father." "Don't," he cut in, gentler than he felt. "You don't owe me explanations." "I know I don't." Her voice was barely above a whisper. He turned back to her, caught by the way moonlight played across her features, highlighting those deep blue eyes he'd dreamed about for months. The words he'd rehearsed 1,000 times, pressed against his lips. "I love you. I've always loved you. I'm lost without you." But they remained trapped, unspoken. Tears gleamed in her eyes, catching the light. "When I first arrived in France, everything felt wrong. New country, new language. But all I could think about was you. I wrote so many emails, Liam. So many. You never answered. Not once." Shame burned through him. He'd been hurt, yes, but his silence had been childish, petty. Now, standing here with her, the past felt meaningless. All that mattered was this moment, these precious seconds before she slipped away again. He took her glass, set it aside, and stepped closer until he could feel the warmth of her breath. His hands found hers, fingers intertwining. "Jules!" An echo of her name made him freeze. He turned. A man in an impeccably tailored black suit strode toward them, his eyes sweeping over Liam with casual dismissal. He took Jules' hands from Liam's grasp, kissing both her cheeks with practiced ease. "Hi, darling. What mischief have you found while I was away?" Liam stood there, mouth slightly open, feeling like he'd been sucker-punched. That's when he noticed the photos. Dozens of them. Jules and... "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Francis." The man extended his hand, radiating confidence. Heat crept up Liam's neck. "This is the Francis from your letters? Isn't Francis traditionally a girl's name?" The door swung open with a creak, and they all turned. Matthias poked his head in, freezing when he caught the tension in the room. His eyebrows shot up. "Am I interrupting something?" Liam snatched his jacket, words clipped. "No, the moment's over." He was halfway through the door when regret stopped him cold. "I apologize. That was uncalled for." Jules' expression softened slightly. "We'll talk later, okay?" The mature thing would be to walk away gracefully. She'd found happiness, even if it wasn't with him. His own stubbornness had cost him dearly, but he didn't have to compound the mistake. "Matthias, could you stay with Jules? I need to speak with Nikki. I'll meet you in the auditorium." Chapter 7. Liam was still reeling when he exited the elevator onto the lower level of the Valentina. The Grand Hotel had been transformed for New York's Fashion Week, its historic basement now housing the industry's elite. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The aroma of designer perfumes and professional hairspray drifted from partially open doors, while squeals of laughter escaped unseen mouths. It strummed his nerves like an overtuned guitar, and he flinched. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He took another breath, sharply exhaled, then mumbled to himself, "I'm not going to think about it right now." The red carpet muffled his footsteps as he made his way down the corridor, scanning the rows of dressing room doors. Each one bore a golden star, displaying the name of the model within. He walked until he came to the door marked Nikki. Staring at the star, he forced himself to push aside what had happened upstairs. Something was wrong with Nikki, and he needed a clear head to figure out what. Taking one final steadying breath, he knocked 3 times. Inside, rapid footsteps clicked across the floor, followed by a metallic clang. "Hello? Who's there?" Nikki's voice carried none of its usual confidence. "It's me," Liam replied, testing the doorknob and finding it unlocked. He pushed the door open slowly, eyes scanning the room. "Nikki?" She stood in the far corner, arms hidden behind her back. Relief washed over her face when she saw him. Pulling a heavy Art Deco candlestick from behind her back, she returned it to the vanity, adjusting the golden candle that had toppled sideways. "Oh, thank goodness it's you." She gestured to the chair beside her own. "I have so much to tell you. Take a seat." Settling into an ornately decorated swivel chair, she picked up her makeup brush with trembling fingers. "I ran into Jules," she began. "She's in town with her dad for a bit," Liam replied, lowering himself into the adjacent chair. "How are you doing?" she asked, a knowing look in her eyes. "I'm fine," he assured her. "But I'm worried about you. What's going on?" She set down her brush and turned to face him. "At first I thought it was nothing, but now I'm not so sure." "You're not one to imagine things," Liam said. "I'm sure you have a good reason." "What happened?" "I was in Milan for the Versace shoot. I'd gone down to Cafe Cova for lunch when this agent approached me, handed me his card." She paused, struggling to find the words. "He had the whitest hair I've ever seen, and these dark sunglasses. But his eyes—" She shook her head and continued. "I didn't think anything of it then. It was sunny out. He told me he had an offer I couldn't refuse and invited me to dinner. I thought he seemed harmless, so I met him at the hotel bar that evening. He was still wearing those sunglasses, and when I asked why, he said something about sensitive eyes. But he was charming, a perfect gentleman, even pulled out my chair. He knew everything about me, like he'd done his homework. When he started talking about the offer, I don't know, he was just so convincing. And before dinner was over, I'd signed a contract." She pressed her fingers to her temples. "It was stupid, I know. It's okay, Nikki. What happened next?" "The next morning, my head was pounding, and everything was fuzzy. I remembered signing something and knew I'd messed up. I tried to contact him to back out, but I couldn't find a number, business card, or even the contract. I couldn't even remember his name. Did he even tell me? It was like I'd imagined the whole thing." Liam's brow furrowed. "Or maybe he spiked your drink. Then it's a good thing I dislike rum and coke," she said. "One sip, and I pushed it away." "What about the people at the shoot? Maybe they saw him." Nikki shook her head. "I asked everyone. There were maybe 15 people from the shoot at that cafe. Nobody remembered seeing anyone matching his description. It was like I was talking about a ghost." She wrapped her arms around herself. "But the really creepy part, ever since then, I felt like I was being followed." "Do you think it was the same man?" Liam asked, his fingers drumming an anxious rhythm on the antique vanity. The sound echoed off the marble floor, competing with the distant thrum of the fashion show preparations above. Nikki's reflection stared back at her from the mirror, pale under the harsh lights. "No, I don't know." She shook her head slowly. Not directly, at least. Her hands moved restlessly over her makeup brushes as she recalled the details. "It was the next day. I was at Cafe Cova, getting my usual cappuccino. There was this man in the corner booth. Black hat pulled low, black jacket, black sunglasses. He had a newspaper, but—" She swallowed. "Every time I looked up, I could feel him watching me behind those glasses, like he was memorizing every detail." "Was he alone?" Liam leaned forward, his chair creaking ominously. "Yes, but that's not the strange part." Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Later, at the train station, I saw him again. Or someone exactly like him. He was standing 2 terminals down, completely still, like a photograph of a person rather than a real one." Her fingers tightened around a silver compact. "He never boarded the train, never moved a muscle as we pulled away, but when we stopped a few miles later—" She met Liam's eyes in the mirror. There he was again, same position, same unnatural stillness. As if he'd been there all along, waiting. Liam's spine stiffened, But Nikki pressed on, her words tumbling out faster now. They seemed to be everywhere after that. Men in black, wearing sunglasses, watching me. Like those old Hitchcock films where the protagonist starts seeing the same face in every crowd. I told myself I was being paranoid until I got back to my hotel. Her voice cracked. The door was standing open. Everything I owned had been torn apart, like they were searching for something specific. I didn't even pack properly, just grabbed what I could and ran. "You did the right thing," Liam said softly, but something in her expression made his blood run cold. "What aren't you telling me?" "I got home Thursday morning, went straight to your parents' guest house. I was in the closet, putting away what little I'd salvaged, when movement caught my eye through the window." The memory made her hands shake so badly she had to set down the compact. "What did you see?" Her eyes were wide, almost feverish. "Him, the man with the white hair, the one from Milan." Liam tugged at his hair, a nervous habit she knew well. "Are you sure?" He stepped out of this black car, so polished it looked like liquid oil, just stood there, typing something into his phone like he had every right to be there. Her voice hardened. "I was done being scared. I ran outside to confront him." Liam stopped pacing. "What did he say?" "Nothing. He wasn't there, the car was gone. I ran down to the street and looked both ways. It was like he had disappeared into thin air." "Why didn't you call me?" The gentle reproach in his voice made her look away. Nikki nodded. "I know, but I wasn't going to let some creep scare me. Besides, Jake was with me. I knew he would protect me," she said, pausing to collect her thoughts before adding another terrifying detail. "That evening, I took him on a walk. We came back just at sunset when it was still light out, so I could see the front door was open. I thought maybe I forgot to lock it, but the moment I unclipped Jake's leash, I heard the back door close." The fluorescent light buzzed overhead as she continued. "Jake just bolted. I ran after him, threw open the back door." She shuddered. "I've never heard him bark like that, Liam. Like he was terrified. But I couldn't see anyone out there. And when I finally got Jake back inside, the phone rang." Liam felt his stomach turn. "The white-haired man?" "Yeah," Nikki confirmed. "He said, 'Don't forget our agreement, Miss Greenlee.'" She mimicked the flat tone. "We always get what we want, one way or another." Liam's hands had started shaking again. "What does he want from you?" "A donation." The word fell between them like lead. "There's one more thing." She leaned forward, voice dropping low again. "When I went back inside, I found something." Frantic pounding erupted at the door, and it burst open with a thunderous bang that made them both jump. The mirror rattled in its frame. "Showtime, Nikki." A lady with frizzy red hair stood in the doorway, smacking on a wad of gum. "Thanks, Mona," Nikki managed, pressing a hand to her chest. Liam caught her arm as she stood. "Nobody messes with this family," he said, his voice iron-hard despite his trembling hands. "I'm staying with you until we figure this out. I'll come over tonight." "Thanks, Liam," she whispered, gathering her things with unsteady fingers. As she turned to leave, something in the mirror caught his eye. For just a moment, a figure seemed to stand in the corner of the reflection, white-haired, wearing dark glasses. But when he spun around, the corner was empty. Chapter 8. The theater's foyer buzzed with perfume and pretension. Liam's dress shoes clicked against the marble floor as he scanned the crowd, his heart thumping against his ribs. He was looking for one specific silver-haired cad in an overpriced suit, the kind of guy who thought money could buy anything. Or anyone. A deep voice cut through the chatter. "I told you it was an offer you can't refuse." There he was, by the entrance, talking to some girl who couldn't be much older than 20. Liam's skin went hot. Then hotter, until his collar felt like it was choking him. He yanked a napkin from his pocket, dabbed his forehead, and started moving. The crowd was shoulder to shoulder tight. Designer dresses and $1,000 watches. Liam didn't care. He shoved past a woman in Chanel, sending her stumbling into her companion. Her yelp of surprise barely registered. Some guy with a playbill jumped aside, muttering something about young people these days. Whatever. Liam reached out and grabbed the silver-haired man's shoulder, fingers digging into expensive wool. "Who do you think you are?" The girl spun around, her face twisted in shock. "That's my dad, you idiot." Her purse, probably worth more than Liam's monthly rent, connected with his temple like a brick. Stars exploded behind his eyes. The foyer tilted sideways, chandeliers swimming in his vision. "Have mercy. I'm sorry," he managed, backing away as the girl planted herself between him and her father, clutching her designer weapon like she knew how to use it. Liam stumbled down the aisle of the auditorium, his jaw aching. Matthias, his best friend since forever, waved him over to an empty seat. Great, except it was right next to Jules and her new boyfriend Francis, because this night couldn't get any better. Even thinking her name made his chest tight. She had this way of reading him like a book, always had, since high school. Right now, he couldn't let her see how much it killed him to watch her with someone else. So he plastered on his best everything's cool smile and dropped into the seat between Matthias and the girl he'd been in love with since junior year. His watch said 7:58. Not that he was actually checking the time. "Show should be starting soon," he said to no one in particular, desperate for something normal to say. Jules smiled, that same smile that used to be just for him. Matthias practically vibrated in his seat. "I can't wait. Nikki is totally perfect. I think she could win this thing." They all shared a look. "I hate to be the one to break it to you," Jules said, gentle as always, "but it's not that kind of show. Nobody wins. They just walk." Francis leaned forward, trying to help. "Well, it does sound like an interesting concept." Before anyone could say more, the crowd parted like the Red Sea. A woman in Valentino, the real deal, not some knockoff, strode past in a blaze of glory, flanked by two guys built like linebackers. Her iPhone glinted with actual diamonds as she barked into it. "Everyone knows their assignments. We have a very limited window. That said, I'm confident we'll find a suitable prospect." Liam zoned out, his temple still throbbing. What a day. His ex had a new guy, his cousin had a stalker, and he had almost died at the hands of a slingback-wearing, Kate Spade-toting mercenary. Jules' voice pulled him back. "I was so excited when I heard Nikki was here for the show. She's always been so driven. No surprise she got most likely to succeed." "And you got most likely to move out of the country," Matthias added. She threw up her hands. "Guilty as charged." "And Liam got most likely to save the planet," Matthias said, laughing. "Can you believe that?" "Hey, I still might." Liam's eyes kept drifting back to the Valentino woman. Something about her set off alarm bells. "And you got biggest flirt," he reminded Matthias. The woman must have felt him watching. She turned, looking down her nose at him despite being shorter. That took skill. The lights dimmed. Models started appearing on stage, but Liam couldn't focus. "Who is that?" he whispered to Jules, nodding toward the woman. "That's Mrs. Eisenhower III, Jules whispered back. "She basically owns half the East Coast, develops fancy properties. You know Palm Islands? That's her scene." Liam watched Mrs. Eisenhower whisper something to one of her guards, pointing at Nikki on stage. The guy touched his earpiece, nodding. The show ended in a blur of applause. Liam turned away just in time to catch Francis hugging Jules. Perfect. He spun the other direction and got an armful of excited Matthias instead. "Nikki's perfect," Matthias gushed, gripping Liam's shoulders. "You think she likes me back? When do I get my best friend back? Can a guy fall in love?" Matthias asked the ceiling. A tap on Liam's shoulder revealed Jules, minus Francis. "Francis is hanging out with the boys tonight," she explained. "So I'm free to hang with you two. like old times. Awesome, Matthias said, grinning. Cool, but can we not talk about Francis? Liam checked his phone. No signal. I need to call Nikki. Back in a sec. The night air hit him like cold water. He pulled up Nikki's number, then froze. Down the street, she was climbing into a black town car, shaking hands with someone through the window. One of the linebacker guys held the door. As the car U-turned, he caught a glimpse of Mrs. Eisenhower inside. Nikki was smiling, though. Seemed fine. Nobody had forced her in. Rich people were weird, but being weird wasn't illegal. Still, something felt off. He'd see Nikki later tonight. Chapter 9. Moonlight spilled across the front porch as Liam fumbled with his keys, cursing himself for forgetting to leave the light on again. Behind him, Jules and Matthias traded looks, the kind of looks you give when your friend's making enough noise to wake the whole neighborhood at midnight. Come on, Liam muttered, wedging his foot against the glass storm door while digging through his pockets. On the other side, Jake's snuffling grew more intense, punctuated by excited whines that said, "I know you're out there." The key finally slid home. The moment Liam cracked the door, a wall of German Shepherd muscle exploded outward. 120 pounds of pure joy slammed into them, sending all three sprawling across the welcome mat like bowling pins. Okay. Liam laughed, his face under assault from a tongue that felt like warm sandpaper. I missed you too, you maniac. Matthias helped Jules to her feet while Liam wrestled with his four-legged attacker. The porch boards creaked under their shifting weight. Well, Jules said, brushing off her jeans. Looks like the star quarterback just got sacked. Liam extracted himself from Jake's enthusiasm and led him to the back door, the big dog's nails click-clacking against the wooden floor behind him. Under the newly switched-on porch light, Jake sat at attention, a rope of drool hanging from his jowls like he was posing for a portrait of the world's most eager guard dog. Go, Jake. The shepherd shot past the silent pool, a black blur against the night. He started his usual patrol, nose to the ground, checking every inch of the fence line like he was searching for intruders. Liam's eyes drifted to the dark pool house. Nikki's space. The windows were shut tight, the bushes undisturbed. Everything looked normal, but something in his gut said different. Your parents went tropical. Jules was studying a gaudy palm tree postcard stuck to the fridge with a magnet shaped like a surfboard. 2 weeks in Hawaii, Liam said, trying to sound casual about having the house to himself. Jules wandered into the living room, stopping at the fireplace. Your mom's still got our whole lives up here. Her fingers traced the edge of a frame. Check this out. Matthias had his head buried in a box from the shelf. He emerged with a black baseball cap, complete with a prosthetic eyeball stuck right in the middle. Middle school science fair, right? He pressed a button on a slim remote, and the eye blinked mechanically. No way it still works, Liam said, moving closer. Jules grinned. The Beetle Project. You were so proud of that research. It was wild stuff, Liam said, taking the cap. The plastic eye stared back at him like a weird memory. These scientists were basically playing Lego with beetle DNA. They'd take it apart, piece by piece, seeing what each bit did. When they messed with this one gene, orthodentical, the beetles grew a third eye. And get this, it actually worked, like connected to their brain and everything. What, did they splice in some Cyclops DNA or something? Matthias asked, still digging through the box of memories. Nah, that's the crazy part. Just beetle genes, rearranged. Liam turned the cap over in his hands. Like rebuilding a house with the same bricks, but in a different pattern. Remember when we sent Jake's DNA to that fancy ancestry website? Matthias snorted. They sent back this whole health report about his excellent cardiovascular fitness and recommended personal trainers. Never figured out he wasn't human. As if on cue, Jake scratched at the back door. Liam let him in, watching the big dog's tail wag like a metronome. Makes you think, though. If you can do that much with one species' DNA, what, like some kind of human-dog hybrid? I can see it now. Jules knelt and scratched behind Jake's ears. Half human, half dog. Man's new best friend. Can you imagine that, Jake? Matthias produced a deck of cards from the box of treasures. Anyone up for a game? Since we're waiting on Nikki anyway. Yeah, why not? Liam pulled out a chair at the kitchen table, trying not to think about why Nikki wasn't home yet. A few hands couldn't hurt. Chapter 10. The kitchen clock might as well have been counting down to detonation. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Liam's sevens felt like they were burning holes in his palm, and he kept his eyes locked on them like they held the secrets of the universe. On the floor, Jake had given up on getting anyone's attention. He gnawed his tennis ball with the dedication of a monk, his tail keeping lazy time against the linoleum. Thump, thump, thump. Every few seconds someone's eyes would drift his way, and that tail would spring to life like it had caught a surge of electricity, only to fade back to its sleepy rhythm when they looked away. Matthias's eyes bounced between them like a rubber ball in a squash court. When he finally broke the silence, his voice came out like he was defusing a bomb. Do you have a 4? Go fish! The tension exploded into laughter, echoing off the kitchen walls. Jake's tail went into overdrive. Matthias sighed dramatically, rolling all 3 of his eyes, including the mechanical one still blinking away in that ridiculous science fair cap. The effect was somewhere between hilarious and horror movie. That thing's starting to freak me out, Liam said, eyeing the cap. My, what a big eye you have, Jules sing-songed. All the better to see you with, my dear. Matthias twisted his face into what was probably supposed to be a wolf, but looked more like someone having an allergic reaction. He tossed his cards down. Whatever, nature calls. As Matthias disappeared down the hall, Liam found himself stealing glances at Jules while she reorganized her cards. Her hair caught the kitchen light the same way it always had, like someone had woven strands of gold into dark silk. It was shorter now, barely brushing her shoulders. When she looked up, he practically gave himself whiplash turning away, fumbling to gather the scattered cards. His mind drifted back to Nikki and that weird scene outside the theater. She should have been home ages ago. Something about that fancy car, that woman at the Valentino. So, Jules' voice cut through his thoughts. Any special someone since I left? What? Oh, no. He abandoned the cards and drifted to the window, staring out at the pool house. Its dark windows stared back. Never found the time. What about you? Before Francis? He nearly choked on the name. There was this one guy. She appeared beside him close enough that he could smell her shampoo, still that same vanilla scent. Funny story, actually. I didn't even know we were dating until he tried to break up with me. At Café de Flore, of all places. There I was, thinking we were just study partners, and suddenly he's giving me this dramatic ultimatum over espresso. Her hand landed softly on his shoulder. Liam, about Francis. Nope. He spun around so fast he almost knocked her over, hands up like he was directing traffic. Remember the deal? Francis-free evening. But Jules wasn't looking at him anymore. Her eyes were fixed on something over his shoulder. I think Nikki's home. He turned back to the window. There, a shadow moving behind the pool house curtains. No lights, though. Weird. She usually comes to the main house first. Let's go say hi, Jules suggested, but something in Liam's gut told him this wasn't going to be the reunion he'd hoped for. Chapter 11. The moment Liam pushed open the back door, Jake's hackles shot up like pine needles. A low growl rumbled from somewhere deep in the shepherd's chest. Jules jumped. Whoa! Her hand flew to her throat. But Liam knew that look in Jake's eyes. The dog burst past them, a black missile cutting across the lawn, nose sweeping the grass like a metal detector. "Probably just rabbits," Liam said, but the words felt hollow. "They're always getting in." The night air hit their faces as they stepped onto the patio. Liam's fingers found Jules without thinking, muscle memory from 1,000 walks like this one. Her skin was soft as ever, and for a moment he forgot everything. Francis, Nikki, all of it. Then reality crashed back, and he almost let go. Almost. Moonlight painted everything silver. The yard was too still, like a photograph. Even the tree swing Jake had bumped hung motionless, waiting. Jules' breathing seemed loud in the silence, keeping time with his thundering heart. There was a buzz. Jules slammed into him as the patio light exploded overhead in a shower of sparks. "Great," Liam muttered, pulling her closer. The smell of her shampoo filled his head. She turned to face him, and suddenly they were inches apart, her eyes reflecting bits of moonlight. For one crazy second he thought about kissing her. The pool filter kicked in with a wet gurgle. Jules yelped, burrowing deeper into his arms. What was just the filter, he said, trying to laugh it off. But something else had caught his attention. There, on the brick path to the pool house, footprints, wet ones glistening in the moonlight. "Look." He pointed. The prints led straight to the pool house door, which stood slightly ajar, no lights inside. "Maybe it's Nikki." Jules didn't sound convinced. Liam's stomach twisted. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his bones. "Nikki," he called, pushing the door wider. His hand found the light switch. Click. Nothing. A damp, earthy smell rolled out like fog. Every horror movie he'd ever seen flashed through his mind, but he couldn't leave Jules alone out here. He gripped her hand tighter and stepped inside. Moonlight sliced through the windows, turning the wet footprints silver. They disappeared down the hallway like breadcrumbs. The crickets went silent. Then something else. A sound. "You hear that?" Liam whispered. Jules tilted her head, listening. After a moment, she nodded. "Stay here," he said. But even as he headed deeper into the house, he knew it was a mistake. The sound grew clearer as he crept down the hall, running water. It was coming from behind the bathroom door. "Nikki!" The door was unlocked. He pressed his ear against it, feeling the cool wood against his cheek. Nothing but the steady hiss of the shower. He turned the knob. Pushed. Steam billowed out like smoke. The shower was running full blast, but Nikki wasn't there. Just an open window, curtain dancing in the night breeze. Back in the living room, Jules hugged herself in the dark living room, trying to shake off the chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Moonlight caught the glossy covers of magazines spread across the coffee table. Nikki's face staring up from most of them. She picked one up, fingers tracing the edge of a cover where Nikki posed in some European fashion spread. Suddenly, there was a soft pat, pat, pat. The sound froze her in place. Wet footsteps on brick getting closer. She set the magazine down with trembling hands, eyes locked on the open patio door. The footsteps stopped. Her breath caught in her throat. A figure filled the doorway, a man in a black trench coat, water streaming off him like he'd been swimming, but it hadn't rained, not a drop. His hands hung at his sides, unnaturally still. Dark glasses covered his eyes, but something yellow gleamed behind them. Something wild, something wrong. The scream tore from her throat before she could stop it, high and terrified, echoing off the walls. Liam's blood turned to ice. He sprinted back down the hall, feet sliding on the wet floor. The hallway rug betrayed him, shooting out from under his feet. His elbows cracked against the floor, pain shooting up his arms, but he was already scrambling up. Jules stood frozen in the middle of the room, shaking like a leaf. There was someone at the door. An engine roared to life outside. "Stay close," he said, grabbing her hand. They rounded the corner of the house just in time to see a black Escalade idling in the driveway, headlights dead. A figure in a dripping trench coat vaulted over the hood like it was nothing, sliding into the passenger seat. Liam dropped Jules' hand and ran. Gravel crunched under his feet as the SUV peeled out, leaving nothing but tire smoke and the acrid smell of burning rubber. "Hey!" he screamed, but the Escalade was already gone, swallowed by the darkness. His knees gave out. In the distance, sirens began to wail. Chapter 12. Officer Dean's notebook scratched against the silence of the pool house. Liam watched the man's pen move, marking down what probably looked like the ramblings of an overprotective cousin. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight. "Let me make sure I understand this." Dean's voice had that careful tone cops use when they think you're crazy. "You're saying there was an intruder, but no one was actually found in the house. Your cousin Nikki, the model, was supposedly abducted, but you never saw her come home. And as for signs of struggle," he glanced at the crooked hallway rug. "Well, except for your wrestling match with the carpet, everything's pristine." Liam's phone screen glowed in his hand. Still no response from Nikki. "She's not answering. She always answers. That's not evidence of abduction." His words hit like a physical blow. The watch. Liam thrust forward the silver timepiece, its brick-link bracelet catching the lamplight. The initials RR glinted on the rim. He'd found it on Nikki's dresser while they waited for the police. The thing she'd tried to tell him about before whatever this was. "Could be your parents." "Come on, Dean, you've known my family forever. Those aren't their initials." "Maybe it belongs to one of her friends. Models have lots of friends, right?" Dean had been trying this reasonable adult routine since midnight. 45 minutes later, it was wearing thin. Liam's hands clenched into fists. "Nikki's in trouble. You have to. I think we're done here. But..." Dean closed his notebook with a snap, but his eyes softened. "Look, Liam, you and my Mikey played t-ball together, for goodness sake. Your family's good people. But right now," he spread his hands, "there's nothing I can do." "So that's it?" Liam's voice cracked. "They just take her?" Dean checked his watch. "No proof anyone took her, son. The man in the trench coat? 24 hours. Dean squeezed Liam's shoulder. "If she doesn't show up, file a missing persons report. Until then, my hands are tied." Liam collapsed onto the couch, head in his hands. Memories hit him like punches to the gut. 5-year-old Nikki, chocolate smeared across her face, sharing his candy bar. 10 years old, sprawled on the floor with math homework, trying to understand why Romans couldn't just use normal numbers. 15, behind the wheel of his car, laughing hysterically after taking out the neighbor's bumper. Every football game, her voice cutting through the crowd, and now, nothing. Just an empty house and a mysterious watch. His chest felt too tight, like someone was sitting on it. Dean's voice gentled. "I'll have a car patrol the neighborhood tonight. Keep an eye out myself for anything unusual. But beyond that," he shrugged, "out of my jurisdiction." Jules stood smoothing her jeans. "I'll walk you out." At the patrol car, Dean turned to her. "Take care of him, Jules." She hugged herself against the night air. "I will." The red and blue lights faded down the street, leaving them alone with questions that felt too big for the quiet suburban night. Chapter 13. Jules' goodbye wave to Officer Dean died mid-air as movement caught her eye. Liam was already sprinting across the lawn, clearing the hedges like an Olympic hurdler, disappearing into the main house. By the time her shoes hit the foyer, he was thundering back down the stairs, backpack bouncing against his shoulder. "What exactly is your plan here?" The words came out sharper than she meant them to. "Find her." He brushed past, cramming a water bottle and granola bar into his pack like they were going on some twisted camping trip. "You don't even know where to look." "Yeah, I do." His voice had that dangerous edge she remembered from high school, right before he'd do something stupid and brave. "Enlighten me." "That woman." He yanked the zipper shut. The one from the show. Mrs. Eisenhower? Jules' laugh came out hollow. The real estate mogul? Listen. He finally looked at her. Really looked at her. Nikki left with her after the show. Then some guy in a trench coat shows up here. Now she's gone. His voice cracked. She tried to tell me something was wrong, and I left her alone. This is on me. Jules planted herself between him and the door, mind racing through ways to talk him down. Then she saw his eyes, saw the same look he'd had when he'd found out about her leaving for Paris. Fine, she sighed. Let's go. A growl vibrated through the walls. Liam's arm shot out, pushing her behind him. His finger pressed against his lips. Wait. They crept along the wall, following the sound around the corner, and found Matthias, sprawled across an armchair, snoring like a chainsaw. In the chaos, they'd completely forgotten about him. Unbelievable. Liam's laugh had an edge of hysteria. Sleeping Beauty missed the whole thing. He glanced at Jules. Want to wake him with a kiss? The mechanical eye in Matthias's science fair cap blinked at them, somehow judging. Liam's hand cracked against Matthias's shoulder. Up? What? Matthias blinked owlishly. Seriously? You slept through everything? Matthias stretched like a cat. Can't a guy get some beauty rest? Nikki's in trouble. Liam snatched his keys off the coffee table. We're going. Now. Matthias was through the door before the words finished leaving Liam's mouth. Why didn't you say so? Liam and Jules shared a look that said, Did that just happen? Coming or what? Matthias's voice floated back. The car engine roared to life. Liam hit the gas like he was trying to punch through the floor, the suburban streets blurring past. At the first hill, yellow light bleeding across the intersection, he didn't even slow down. The car caught air. Jules's knuckles went white on the grab handle, her foot stamping an imaginary brake pedal through the floor like rigor mortis setting in. Matthias's head popped up between the seats, the third eye still blinking away. So what's the plan? Liam flinched. His nerves were so fried a puppy could have given him a heart attack. Take that thing off. Don't hate me because I'm genetically superior, Matthias said, but the cap disappeared. Where are we even going? Jules' voice aimed for calm, missed by miles. Liam's fingers drummed the steering wheel. When you lose something, you go back to where you last saw it. The streetlights painted their faces in alternating bands of light and shadow as they raced toward the hotel, each of them pretending they weren't terrified of what they might find. Chapter 14. The hotel lobby stretched empty and vast at after midnight, the earlier chaos of paparazzi and fans replaced by hollow silence. Their footsteps echoed off marble as they crossed to the elevator. Liam jabbed the down arrow, his reflection fractured in the polished doors. The elevator's ding felt too cheerful for the moment. As they descended to the conquered level, fluorescent lights hummed overhead like angry wasps. The hallway to Nikki's dressing room seemed longer than usual, shadows pooling in the corners. Liam's heart skipped when he saw her door standing open. Inside, everything looked perfectly normal, and that felt wrong somehow. What had he expected? A ransom note? Dear cousin, we're at 505 Kidnapper Lane, bring cash. Everyone's eyes were on him, waiting. The weight of their stares made his skin crawl. Search everything, he managed. There has to be something. Jules attacked the vanity like it held secrets. Matthias disappeared behind the wardrobe. Liam dropped to his knees, peering under the sofa. Minutes crawled by. Nothing. Jules slid the last drawer shut with a defeated thunk. Liam repositioned the sofa cushion, stomach churning. Without a lead, Nikki could be anywhere. A flash of movement caught his eye. Matthias stood draped in feathers and beads like some demented showgirl. What are you doing? Looking for clues. Put those back, Liam groaned. Sneakers padding against carpet came to an abrupt stop. A hand slapped the doorframe, followed by John's flushed face. Hey, party people! Who's ready for some after-hours action? Little dancing, little... His grin faltered. What's wrong? Nikki's gone, Matthias said before anyone could stop him. Jules stepped forward. Liam saw her leave with Mrs. Eisenhower around 9. John's face twisted. That creepy real estate lady? Yeah, I saw them. She was feeding Nikki some line about an offer she couldn't refuse. Later spotted her bossing around this ancient dude in sunglasses, looked like he escaped from a zombie movie. Liam's head snapped up. Did you see where they went? Nah, but I got pictures. They're downloading in the photo lab. Show us. The lab's computer screen cast a blue glow across their faces as John scrolled through endless photos. Liam's fingers dug into the desk. Did they mention any destinations? He asked. Some resort. Ramapo, I think. None of this makes sense. Liam's voice cracked. Why would she just leave without telling anyone? Maybe it wasn't exactly voluntary, Matthias said quietly from his perch against the wall. There. John's fingers stabbed the screen. Nikki and Mrs. Eisenhower frozen in pixels. And look, there's zombie guy texting away. Didn't know they made phones for the undead. Can you zoom in on his phone? Jules leaned closer. John's fingers flew across the keyboard. The image sharpened. Ramapo Resort, Liam and Matthias said together. The letters hit Liam like a punch. RR, the initials on that watch. First real lead, people. John's camera clicked as he checked its battery. It's in the Catskills, Jules said, snapping her fingers. Ramapo Valley, maybe 3 hours north. Liam was already moving. They had a destination now, and every second felt like sand slipping through his fingers. Wait up! John snatched his camera. I'm coming too. Chapter 15. Mist clung to the mountainside like torn spider webs. The road ahead twisted like a serpent, one side hugging sheer rock, the other dropping into empty air. Far below, the Ramapo River caught morning light and shattered it across rapids, nature's own disco ball dancing over ancient boulders. Liam's eyes burned. He'd been driving for hours, the wilderness growing wilder with each passing mile. The visitor station pamphlet in the cup holder promised an unspoiled Eden in the Appalachians, but all he felt was the weight of too much empty space, too many places where someone could disappear. The rearview mirror showed Matthias slumped against the console, mouth open, snoring like a congested bear. Below that, Liam blinked. One of Matthias's hands looked lighter than the other. No, wait. That was John's hand. Their fingers intertwined in sleep. Get a room, he muttered. What? Jules looked up from her phone. Nothing. He focused on the hairpin curve ahead, knuckles white on the wheel. The Land Rover hit a pothole like a small crater. Everyone bounced, heads nearly hitting the roof. Matthias and John snapped awake, noticed their tangled fingers, and jerked apart like they'd been electrocuted, retreating to opposite corners with matching scowls. John recovered first, raising his camera to capture the moss-draped forest through the window. What's got you so fascinated? He asked Jules, leaning between the front seats. The Ramapo Mountain People. She handed over the pamphlet. Supposedly they're some kind of isolated community. Articles call them degenerate outcasts. Say they've been up here so long they've changed. I can't wait to meet them, Matthias said flatly, studying the creased map like it held secret messages. People love their monster stories, Jules said, her voice tight. Doesn't matter if they're true. Sounds personal. John's camera lowered slightly. Yeah, who hurt you, Jules? Matthias leaned forward, grinning. Bad experience with the school paper? She turned in her seat, eyes flashing. At least I don't document my dating failures on Instagram. Both boys recoiled like they'd been slapped. Even Liam had to bite back a smile. Critical hit. John clutched his chest. I'm wounded. Matthias mimed pulling an arrow from his heart. Liam. Jules's voice had lost its playful edge. When's the last time you saw another car? He shook his head. It's been a while. He tapped the GPS screen, which had given up trying to find satellites. Score 1 for the mountains, 0 for technology. No signal here either. Jules waved her useless phone. At least we have the map. Yeah, about that. Matthias held it up. Ramapo Resort? Doesn't exist. Not on paper, not on satellite. We'll find someone who knows, Liam said, meeting Matthias's eyes in the mirror. The plan was tissue paper thin, but it was all they had. Movement flickered through the trees, just a flash of something large and furred. Matthias shivered. Plenty of animals in these woods, he told himself. Plenty of perfectly normal explanations. This is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack, he muttered. Jules shot him a look that said, "Not helping." Liam's jaw clenched. Every minute meant Nikki could be getting further away, deeper into these endless mountains. He'd already failed her once. Never again. We'll find her. First, Jules pointed through the windshield. We need food. Look! Through the trees, something that might have been civilization beckoned. Finally. Liam squinted at the approaching shapes, but something in his gut whispered, "Be careful what you wish for." Chapter 16. The sign read, "Welcome to Chestnut," but nature was slowly reclaiming the letters. Above it, a neon "Hello" buzzed and flickered, its O fighting a losing battle with electricity. When it died, which was often, the greeting transformed into something darker. Welcome to Hell. 20 buildings huddled together in a U-shape, like circled wagons waiting for an attack. They looked wrong against the pristine mountain backdrop, as if someone had dropped a handful of rotting teeth onto an oil painting. The Land Rover's tires crunched over gravel and weeds as Liam parked. Before anyone could stop him, John was out, camera raised to catch the sign during one of its rare moments of full illumination. See? Friendly place? The O sputtered and died. Pine-scented air rolled down from the peaks, sweet enough to make Liam's head spin. For a moment, he could almost forget why they were here. But Nicky's face flashed behind his eyes and the fairy tale forest turned sinister again. Diner. He nodded toward a building with peeling paint. Best place for local intel. And pancakes, Matthias added, but his usual enthusiasm had dimmed. The town held its breath as they walked. An old woman sat weaving baskets on a log, her fingers moving like pale spiders. Jules tried a bright, "Good morning," but the woman just pivoted away, her gray braid swinging like a pendulum. A boy raced a toy car along a wall until a hand, just a hand, nothing else visible, yanked him inside. The door slammed like a gunshot. This is some straight-up horror movie stuff, Matthias muttered, crowding closer to Liam. Every face they passed held the same expression, that particular blend of suspicion and secret knowledge, like they were all sharing a joke about what happened to strangers who asked too many questions. The Cozy Dog Diner announced itself with a bell that sounded more like a warning than a welcome. The smell of grease and burnt coffee assaulted them, along with the hostile stare of a man whose beard seemed to be trying to escape down his neck. He and his companions at the counter turned as one, like prairie dogs spotting a hawk. Matthias, because he was Matthias, responded with an enthusiastic wave. The bearded man's towel snapping could have been heard in the parking lot. A waitress materialized from the kitchen, and the man caught her arm, whispering something that made her eyes dart to their booth. She nodded and headed for a local family instead, taking the long way around to avoid their table. "So much for small-town hospitality," Matthias said, sliding into the booth. "Careful," Liam warned. "Big guys like that don't appreciate being talked about." John tucked his camera safely beside him. "Yeah, I'm thinking candid local photos are off the menu." "We'll figure something out." Jules squeezed Liam's hand across the table. "Well, well." A raspy voice cut through their whispers. "Let me guess. Out-of-towners. The laugh that followed sounded like gravel in a blender. Their waitress, Mary, according to her crooked name tag, had materialized beside them. Dark hair fell forward, not quite hiding the rope of scar tissue across her throat. Her accent was as fake as her smile, and something about her eyes said she was as much a stranger here as they were. She leaned in close, breath smelling of mint and something metallic. Today's special is catfish. And yes, her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, we catch it ourselves. Later, as she cleared their plates, except John's, who was still working his way through what seemed like the entire menu, she paused at Matthias's spotless dish. Honey, did you lick that clean? Matthias burped, then flushed. Sorry, might need help getting to the car. Got wheelbarrows out back? Mary's smile didn't reach her eyes. I'll roll you out myself. As she disappeared into the kitchen, Liam couldn't shake the feeling that Mary knew exactly why they were here, and was deciding whether or not to tell them. Chapter 17. The stack of tourist pamphlets grew higher as Liam tossed each one aside, his fingers smudged with cheap ink. Sunlight streamed through the diner's grimy windows, casting shadows across the faded photos of local attractions. The last brochure trembled in his hands. Another dead end. Every single pamphlet this podunk town has ever printed, he muttered, waving the paper. How does a place like Ramapo Resort just not exist? Steam curled up from Jules' teacup as she breathed in the sharp scent of ginger and lemon. Maybe it's too fancy for paper ads, she said, stirring her drink thoughtfully. You know, the kind of place where billionaires hide from other billionaires. Dubai vacation home crowd. Matthias hunched forward, his elbows making the sticky diner table wobble. Or someone's keeping it off the grid on purpose. A hint of a smile played at Liam's mouth. Let me guess. The government. Wouldn't be their first rodeo. Matthias shot back. Black sites all over the U.S. Remote locations, mysterious operations, fits the pattern perfectly. Liam's hands flew up. Here we go again. John shoveled the last bite of syrup-soaked pancakes into his mouth, washing it down with orange juice. Fun fact. 1 in 3 Americans thinks the government is hiding something major. Jules fixed Matthias with a sharp look. So what? They grabbed Nikki? They've done worse, Matthias said, his fork dancing between his fingers. Remember Montauk? Mind Control Central, right in a state park? Look around. There's miles of wilderness. Perfect cover. Luxury hotel on the outside, secret facility underneath. Like Ramapo Resort, John nodded, syrup still glistening on his chin. Exactly like Ramapo Resort. Makes sense, John added. Who questions a fancy hotel that doesn't want visitors? Liam shook his head, the overhead lights flickering above them. Focus. Last time I saw Nikki, she was with Mrs. Eisenhower. Let's find this place first. His eyes scanned the diner, taking in the locals who pretended not to watch them. Someone here knows something. I'm going to ask around. John folded his grease-stained napkin. Yeah, good luck with that approach. John's right, Matthias said. These people look about as welcoming as a morgue at midnight. Jules shot him a look. Don't be a jerk. They're probably nice. Oh, sure, Matthias snorted. That's why this thriving metropolis of... He trailed off. Where are we again? Chestnut, Jules supplied. Right? Tourist capital of nowhere. Matthias set down his fork with a clang. So, who exactly are you planning to ask? Mary, Liam said firmly. As if summoned by her name, Mary appeared at their table, one hand planted on her hip. Ask Mary what, sugar? Liam hesitated, watching her face carefully. Have you heard of the Ramapo Resort? The change was instant. Mary's whole body went rigid before she burst out laughing, the sound echoing off the worn linoleum. Wah! These city kids! She slapped her knee and walked away, still cackling. They each exchanged bewildered looks across the sticky table. "Did I miss something?" Jules whispered. A shadow fell across their table. Behind the counter, a mountain of a man stared at them, his unshaven face twisted in a scowl, while Mary spoke to him in hushed tones. "That dude's been mean-mugging us since we walked in," Matthias muttered. A camera shutter clicked. "John, knock it off," Liam hissed, swatting at the camera. The big man finally nodded at whatever Mary was saying, threw his towel over his shoulder, and disappeared into the kitchen. When Mary returned, she crouched by their table, her voice barely above a whisper. "Edge of town. Take a left, fork in the road, go right. You'll find what you're looking for." "Which is what?" Liam asked, but she was already straightening up. "Y'all have a blessed day now." She vanished back through the swinging kitchen doors. "Wait!" But she was gone. Something crinkled in Liam's palm, a folded piece of paper that hadn't been there before. Inside was a name and address that made his breath catch. "What is it?" Jules leaned across the table. Liam stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. "We're leaving. Now." Chapter 18. The crumbling asphalt crunched under Liam's feet as he sprinted across the weed-choked parking lot. The paper in his hand felt like it was burning. Finally, a real clue about Nikki, even if he didn't know what it meant yet. His fingers had just brushed the rover's door handle when a sound ripped through the air that made his blood run cold. It wasn't quite human, wasn't quite animal, just raw and primal. Liam spun around, squinting against the harsh midday sun that turned the whole scene into a confusing mess of shadows and light. Through the glare, he made out a figure at the edge of town where the storefronts gave way to dense forest. The man stood completely still, dressed in worn brown leather, one hand hovering near his belt. His eyes were locked on the tree line where the scream had come from. The sound came again, more desperate this time, bouncing off the buildings and echoing through the town. The hair on the back of Liam's neck stood up. The leather-clad man didn't move a muscle. A series of sharp cracks pierced the silence, branches snapping under something big. The trees swayed and bent, marking the path of whatever was charging through them. Leaves exploded into the air like confetti. Then it burst from the forest. A man, impossibly tall, covered in what looked like fur. Liam found himself drifting closer, joining the growing crowd of townspeople. Under the harsh sunlight, he could see the fur-covered figure better as it barreled straight for the man in leather. Some kind of drunken fight, Liam thought. Had to be. The leather-clad man's movement was so smooth it almost looked casual. The gun seemed to materialize in his hand. The shot cracked across the town like thunder. The bullet tore through the charging figure, but momentum carried the body forward until it tumbled down the hill, landing at the shooter's feet. The man prodded the corpse with his mud-caked boot like he was checking a tire pressure. "He's dead," he announced to the crowd, voice flat and unbothered. "Go about your business." He tucked the gun away and walked off. And the crowd, they actually started to disperse, like they'd just watched someone take out the trash. The camera's shutter clicked beside him. Liam slapped his hand over John's lens. "Are you crazy? Want to end up like him?" Jules's scream cut through the eerie calm. "No!" The crowd turned as one, faces hardening. The message was crystal clear. Outsiders weren't welcome here. Jules broke for the body, but the burly diner cook appeared in front of her like a wall. She bounced off his chest, but he caught her in a bear hug. "Let me go," she thrashed against his grip. "That man needs help." The townspeople closed ranks, faces like stone. But it was worse than that. One by one, jackets shifted, shirts lifted, revealing gleaming metal. The basket lady casually pulled out a shotgun. Even the kid with the toy car had real steel in his plastic holster. The whole town was armed, every single person. Mary stood in the diner doorway, worry etched on her face. She tried to warn them. Liam grabbed Jules' arm hard enough to bruise. "We're leaving. Now." This time she didn't fight. "Move!" he barked at John and Matthias. They piled into the rover like their lives depended on it. Maybe they did. Liam jammed the key in the ignition. The tires screamed as he threw it in reverse, gravel spraying. He slammed it into drive and floored it north toward Ramapo, leaving nothing but dust and questions behind them. Chapter 19. Officer Dean's cruiser idled in the empty parking lot, the scanner crackling with routine chatter. Nothing suspicious all night. No word from Liam either, despite his promise to call if he found Nikki. The call went straight to voicemail. The morning sun cast long shadows across Liam's parents' driveway as Dean pulled up. No answer at the door. Fresh tire marks scarred the pavement, heading toward town, toward the Valentina where Nikki had performed. Dean followed his gut and the tracks. The nightclub's day manager pointed him to Nikki's dressing room without hesitation. Her name was still on the door, surrounded by wilting flowers that somehow held their honeyed sweetness. Dean leaned in close, inhaling deeply. He'd learned long ago to notice everything, even dying flowers. The door swung open smoothly, stopping just short of the wall. He stayed in the doorway, taking in the whole scene. Rookie mistake to rush in. Evidence lived in the details. A packed clothing rack dominated one corner, costumes spilling off the hangers. Dean wondered briefly how anyone could walk in those elaborate outfits. A worn couch with scattered cushions faced a mirror-lined vanity, its surface cluttered with makeup and brushes. A heavy brass candlestick sat off to the side. Something felt off. Little signs of disturbance suggested Liam had been here, but nothing concrete. And why were all Nikki's things still here? If she'd left voluntarily, wouldn't she have taken her stuff? A mechanical whir caught his attention. Down the hall, a door stood slightly ajar. The sound grew louder as he approached. Inside, 4 computer monitors glowed in the dim room. One showed a frozen image of Nikki. Dean tapped through the footage, studying each frame. 8:45, he muttered, noting the wall clock visible behind her. His eyes caught on a figure in the background. Stark white hair, dark sunglasses, and that watch. The same distinctive watch Liam had found. Dean leaned closer, squinting at the tiny letters visible on the watch face. The style matched the writing on the phone perfectly. Ramapo Resort, he read aloud, pieces clicking into place, his voice hardened with certainty. R.R. Gotcha. Chapter 20. The rover's tires squealed against the mountain curves, barely keeping grip. Liam's eyes darted between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, heart hammering. After 30 minutes of white-knuckle driving, the road behind them stayed empty. He let out a shaky breath. Good riddance to that psycho town. His friends sat frozen in their seats, probably praying he wouldn't send them plunging off the cliff. Liam eased off the gas, feeling pins and needles as his death grip on the wheel loosened. "I don't think we're being followed," he said, glancing at the crumpled paper. "Should be close now." Jules nodded and tried her phone again. "I'm still not getting any cell service. You?" "Nope," Liam replied. "No cell service." They hadn't seen another soul since fleeing that nightmare town. They were on their own out here. No backup coming. Color slowly crept back into John's face. "Those people are straight up insane. You can't just shoot someone in broad daylight. We need cops." "We'll deal with that later," Liam said firmly. "That man's dead. Nothing we can do. But Nikki's still out there. Has to be. Finding her comes first." Heavy silence filled the car as reality sank in. "I'm scared," Matthias finally said. "But I'm in." We find Nikki. Liam took in the scenery. Towering sugar maples, white pines, yellow birches. Beautiful, if you could forget the horror show they'd just escaped. "Guys?" "Emergency." Matthias squirmed in his seat, hands pressed between his legs. "Like now." Liam caught his desperate expression in the mirror. "Hold it." "Can't," Matthias pleaded, practically dancing. Jules turned to look at him sympathetically. "I think we can stop now, Liam. You said yourself, no one is following us." Liam drummed the wheel, scanning the road behind them. Stopping didn't seem like a good idea, but Matthias peeing in the car would be worse. "Fine, make it quick." They pulled over and Matthias bolted for a thorny bush. After a moment, he glanced back at his audience. John rolled down his window. "Hurry up!" "Performance anxiety," Matthias called back. Liam and Jules traded grins. John stepped out, stretching. "This could take forever. Might as well go too." Liam studied his bloodshot eyes in the mirror. No sleep for any of them. "We should stretch," Jules suggested. Liam nodded, adrenaline crash hitting hard. Stretching their legs would help. Matthias finally finished bird songs, easing his city boy forest jitters. Then the birds went silent. Like cut off in the middle of a song, silent. He glanced up at the thick ceiling of leaves. "Weird," he muttered, studying the canopy. Something rustled deep in the brush. A low growl emerged from the shadows. The thick leaves above turned everything twilight dark. Matthias's heart jumped. "Okay, nature, you're seriously freaking me out now." He stepped back, eyes locked on the bush, but his foot caught on something buried under the leaves and he went down hard. Something cracked underneath him. "Ow," he muttered. "That's definitely going to bruise." He checked his hands. Just dirt, no blood, but something sharp jabbed at his backside. Shifting, he yanked out what he thought was just a broken tree limb. Except this wasn't a limb, not the kind he had pictured. It was bone white and way too smooth. He held it at arm's length, squinting. It was a leg bone. Animal, probably. He wrinkled his nose and tossed it away, catching sight of the rest of the remains scattered through the brush. "Gross," he said, shuddering. Another rustle snapped him back to attention. "Oh, man," he whispered, inching around to face the noise. "Who's ready for a round of what the heck's hiding in the bushes?" The shrubs shivered again, like something big had just pushed through. The air was dead still. No wind, no animals, just the sense that everything else was hiding too. By the rover, Liam and Jules watched the sunset paint the sky. Jules let out a sigh, her head tipped back to watch the sky. Does anything ever go the way you think it will? Liam smiled, picking up a rock and tossing it at a tree. It hit with a dull thump. "I don't know, Jules. I always figured you'd have zero regrets. You've done everything you set out to do." She laughed, soft and sad. "Not even close. When I was 6, I was convinced I'd be a princess, throwing tea parties for royalty. By 12, I wanted to save the world. But by 20, all I wanted was just one more day with my mom. There it was, the raw wound that drove her away. Her mother's death had shattered something in her that never healed. "Jules," he whispered. She stared off past him, lost in memory. "The night before my concert, we stayed up late practicing. She was so proud. I couldn't figure out why she never showed up. Turns out, a drunk driver hit her on the way to see me. The accident happened at 7:15, right before my solo. I'd have traded places with her in a heartbeat." Liam ached for her. Her mother's death was the one thing he couldn't protect her from. "I'm so sorry," he said, wishing he could take her pain. She looked up, regret written all over her face. "I never wanted to hurt you." "I know," he said softly, meaning it. Back in the trees, the thorny thicket trembled again. Matthias stared into the gap between the leaves. 2 honey-colored eyes blinked out at him from the shadows. He froze, blood draining from his face. He had picked a bad day to pee in the woods and decided it was time to go. But just then, something heavy clapped down on his shoulder. He spun, full of fear and pure instinct, ready to fight. "Dude, you're taking forever. Let's go," John said, standing there with a look of impatience. "There's something in the bushes, man," Matthias stammered. "Those bushes? Let's check it out." John pushed past him. "You go ahead. I'll be right here if you need anything." Matthias planted his feet. No way he was going back there. John circled the bush, vanishing. Silence stretched. Matthias fidgeted, torn between the safety of the car and loyalty to his friend. As the moments passed without a sound, Matthias began to fidget anxiously. He looked toward the rover where Liam and Jules were waiting and back at the bush. For a moment he considered going back, but his sense of loyalty held him rooted in place, unable to move. A faint skitter of feet reached Matthias's ears. John's voice pierced the silence. "Oh!" he yelped. Matthias's heart raced. "John! John!" he called back. Breaking through the foliage, John's head emerged, breathless and panicked. "Run, Matthias! Save yourself!" he urged in desperation. Without warning, he was forcefully expelled from the thicket, tumbling, face planting several feet away. Matthias frantically rushed to John's side to assess his friend's condition. Grabbing his arm and rolling him over, he asked, "Are you hurt? Where are you injured?" John's hysterical laughter filled the forest. "Gotcha!" "Jerk!" Matthias shoved him away, stomping back to the car. John stumbled up, grinning. "Your face! Priceless!" Chapter 21. The rover's engine died with a shudder as Liam stared through the windshield. "This has to be it," he murmured, his voice barely carrying over the whisper of wind through the towering pines. The cabin hunched before them like a wounded animal, half hidden in the deepening shadows of the forest. Mary's directions led us here. The narrow driveway forked right, carpeted with years of fallen needles that muffled their approach. Nature seemed intent on reclaiming this place. Moss crept up the cabin's weathered walls, and thick vines strangled the gutters. Every window had been methodically sealed with wooden planks, their edges black with age. At the property's edge, heavy chains secured a dilapidated garage, their links orange with rust. John shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Someone really doesn't want visitors. "It looks dead," Jules observed, leaning forward to study the derelict structure through the gloom. The car doors opened with synchronized squeaks. "I'm checking it out," Liam announced, boots crunching on the needle-strewn ground. Jules was already moving to join him. John slung his camera strap over his shoulder while Matthias fell into step beside him, both breaking away to explore the perimeter. "We'll take the house," Liam called out to the others. "You two circle the property. Watch for anything strange." As Liam and Jules approached the cabin, a weathered sign materialized on a porch post. "Beware of the dog." Each step on the ancient porch boards sent reverberations through the structure, like the building itself was groaning. The air hung thick with the sharp scent of pine sap and underlying decay. Jules pressed her face close to a gap between the planks. "Why nail everything shut like this?" "Local hospitality is lacking," Liam replied dryly, attempting his own peek inside. Heavy drapes blocked any view of the interior, but something about the darkness beyond the boards felt wrong. The silence that answered Liam's knock seemed to mock them. He double-checked Mary's note. Conrad was the name they needed, but Conrad clearly wasn't home. On the property's edge, John worked his camera while Matthias lingered behind. "Hey, get this," Matthias called, indicating a mud-splattered sign on a steel post. John squinted at the text. "Bitch Mountain?" A laugh escaped him as he captured the image. Wonder what inspired that name. This whole place feels off, Matthias muttered, eyeing the looming peak. Fox, John whispered suddenly, adjusting his lens. The creature paused, nose twitching in their direction, its russet coat blazing like fire in the fading light before it vanished into the underbrush. Back at the cabin, Jules had given up on getting a response. "Nobody's here." Liam growled, "Dead end." But Jules had already turned away, her attention caught by something in the distance. "Liam, look at that." Rising from the canyon like a crystalline growth, a stark white structure seemed to defy gravity. Glass walls caught the evening light, creating a ghostly reflection of the turquoise river flowing far below. The building appeared to float, partially suspended over the canyon's edge. Matthias and John rejoined them, all four necks craned toward the architectural anomaly emerging from the forest canopy. "That's what we're looking for," Liam said quietly. "The Ramapo Resort." John's camera clicked rapidly, preserving the surreal sight. "You think Mary led us here just to spot it?" Jules wondered aloud. "Maybe." Liam's eyes drifted back to the cabin. Despite its apparent abandonment, he couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. "What's the plan?" Matthias interrupted his thoughts. Liam's jaw set with determination. "We check out that resort." Chapter 22. The gates of the Ramapo Resort rose before them like gleaming wings, their pristine white surface almost luminescent in the afternoon light. Liam guided the rover to a stop beside a modernist guardhouse that looked more like an art installation than a security checkpoint. Through its vast glass panels, two guards were visible, one alert, one absorbed in a motorcycle magazine that seemed jarringly ordinary against the ethereal backdrop. "We need to see Mrs. Eisenhower," Liam announced, trying to match the crisp professionalism of his surroundings. The guards exchanged a look that lasted a heartbeat too long. The first one emerged, his movements almost mechanical. "Mrs. Eisenhower isn't accepting visitors today." His voice carried the practiced smoothness of expensive marble. Liam's fingers found the steering wheel, drumming an irregular rhythm. "This is important." The words felt small against the towering gates. "Everyone needs an appointment. Everyone." The perfect symmetry of the place suddenly felt suffocating. Liam's reflection in the guardhouse window showed his face flushing, the only splash of color in a world of white and chrome. He couldn't leave, not when they'd come so far, not when Nikki might be somewhere behind those pristine walls. "Liam?" Jules' touch on his arm was gentle, grounding. He leaned forward, his voice tight. "My cousin disappeared last night. Mrs. Eisenhower might have been the last person to see her." "You're not suggesting—" "I'm not suggesting anything," Liam cut in, the words sharp against the resort's artificial serenity. "But if she knows something, anything—" "Leave." The guard's pleasant facade cracked slightly. "Now. Please, Liam." Jules' whisper carried genuine fear. "Let's go." Liam's face flushed and he shouted, "We're not leaving." The shout shattered the manufactured peace, echoing off the perfect surfaces. The guard's stance shifted, subtle but unmistakable. "You won't get past these gates. Turn around or we'll assist your departure." Liam stared at the immaculate barrier, its flawless surface almost hypnotic. The engine's growl seemed to wake something in him. "Get out of the car," he said to his friends, revving the engine, his voice eerily calm. "I'm going through that gate." "What?" Matthias's disbelief cut through the tension. John's eyes widened. "This isn't going to end well." "Final warning," the guard called, his words carrying the weight of unspoken threats. Liam's jaw clenched, muscles working beneath the skin. He repeated the order, "Get out of the car." The guards moved, their hands finding their holstered .22 pistols in perfect unison. Nikki was in there, had to be in there, behind all this pristine whiteness and perfect angles. The gate stood like a challenge, its beauty suddenly sinister. "Liam," Jules' voice cracked with desperation. "Think about what you're doing." "Now!" His shout echoed off the gate's gleaming surface, distorting into something almost unrecognizable. Liam's friends reached for their door handles with the slow, uncertain movements of people caught in a dream. The metallic click of weapons being cocked seemed oddly delicate against the pristine backdrop. The engine's growl echoed off the immaculate walls when a voice, rough as sandpaper against wood, scraped from the guardhouse speaker. "Let them in. I'll speak with them." The guards lowered their weapons with the same eerie synchronization. "Must be your lucky day." The gates parted with a rustling as if apologizing for the earlier tension. Inside, the resort defied reality. Blues and greens flowed together like a watercolor painting come to life, and despite his racing pulse, Liam felt an unnatural calm seeping into his bones. Through vast windows, a meditation class moved in perfect harmony on a deck that seemed to float above the crystalline river. The cliff face behind them appeared almost too perfectly weathered, its rocky surface catching the light like a carefully arranged sculpture. Two kayakers glided below, their movements so precise they might have been choreographed. "Mrs. Eisenhower will join you shortly." The receptionist's smile was flawless. Too flawless. Like everything else here, it seemed crafted rather than natural. John raised his camera, but the receptionist's voice cut through the air. "No photographs, please. Guest privacy is paramount here." Her tone remained gentle, but something steel-like glinted beneath the words. "Does anything seem off about them to you?" Matthias nodded toward the meditators. Liam studied the group. Each person looked like they'd stepped from the pages of a high-fashion magazine. Their bodies were uniformly sculpted, their movements unnaturally synchronized. "They're all perfect. Like models," Jules whispered. "Like Nikki," Matthias added, his voice heavy with implication. Before Liam could respond, a door glided open. Mrs. Eisenhower emerged, accompanied by a man wearing dark glasses that seemed to absorb, rather than reflect, light. "Welcome to Ramapo Resort," she said, her voice carrying the same manufactured serenity as the building itself. Liam's anger bubbled beneath the surface, but Jules intervened smoothly. "Thank you for seeing us without notice," she said, her genuine smile a stark contrast to the practiced one surrounding them. Mrs. Eisenhower's return smile was a masterpiece of subtle manipulation. "How may I help you?" "I'm Liam Greenlee. You were with my cousin Nikki last night, now she's gone." Her composure never wavered. Either she was an exceptional actress, or something far more disturbing. "You believe I'm involved?" "Maybe I do." Liam's jaw tightened. The man beside her stepped forward. "You will not address Mrs. Eisenhower in that manner." "Security!" Guards materialized from hidden alcoves. Mrs. Eisenhower raised one perfectly manicured hand, and they retreated like waves from shore. "It's fine, Howard. The boy is concerned for his cousin." "When did you last see her?" Liam probed, his voice wavering between anger and desperation. Mrs. Eisenhower's posture remained perfectly rigid. "At the Valentina. I dropped her off after we had a brief conversation." "What time?" "Around 10 in the evening." Her response was immediate, truth or practiced. It was hard to tell. Howard shifted almost imperceptibly beside her, his dark glasses reflecting the pristine lobby in distorted fragments. "Did she seem worried about anything?" Liam pressed, watching for any crack in Mrs. Eisenhower's polished facade. Howard answered this time. "Not at all. I walked her inside myself. She seemed quite content." Something about the way he emphasized that last word made the hair on Liam's neck stand up. The guards remained unnaturally still, like mannequins in uniform. The perfectly maintained lobby suddenly felt too clean, too ordered, as if something messy had been carefully scrubbed away. She gestured toward a corridor. "Allow me to show you around. It might ease your mind." The tour led them to an infinity pool that merged with the horizon, its surface mirror still despite the breeze. A crescent beach curved below like an artist's brushstroke. "We offer serenity, rejuvenation, relaxation," she said, each word measured precisely. Liam noticed the electric fence threading through the pristine landscape like a snake in paradise. "Beautiful," Jules said carefully. "But why such intense security in such an isolated location?" Something flickered behind Mrs. Eisenhower's eyes. "The forest holds dangers. We protect our guests." "Or you keep them in," Matthias muttered. "I suppose that's one way to look at it," she replied as if the thought had never occurred to her, though her smile suggested otherwise. They passed a group exercise class. Every step was perfectly synchronized, as if the participants were one organism. "We offer 30 specialized programs," Mrs. Eisenhower continued. "Guests choose their level of involvement." "What about activities beyond the resort?" John asked. Her pause lasted a fraction too long. "We discourage outside activities, except for supervised water sports." "So people can't leave?" Matthias pressed. A group of guests passed by, their beauty so uniform it hurt the eyes. Their footsteps made no sound on the polished floor. "Our guests may leave whenever they choose," Mrs. Eisenhower said, each word meticulously weighed like ingredients in a precise formula. "But as mentioned, guest safety is of utmost importance. That's why we strongly encourage staying within our protective walls." Something in her tone made the word protective sound more like restrictive. She waved a key card, and the double doors parted silently. The space beyond felt like a hospital masquerading as a luxury retreat. Premium hardwood floors stretched down corridors that seemed too wide, too clean. Through an open door, Liam glimpsed a private room where a flat-screen TV hung like a watchful eye. The bay windows framed snow-capped mountains so perfect they could have been painted onto the glass. A woman in pristine white scrubs sat at a desk, her fingers dancing across keys with mechanical precision. She acknowledged their presence with nothing more than a slight tilt of her head, as if they were reflections in a mirror rather than real people. "We offer health screenings and treatments during stays," Mrs. Eisenhower explained, her fingers weaving together. "Medical services complement our resort amenities." She paused, her smile never fully conveying warmth. "However, guest privacy prevents us from proceeding further." Liam nodded, suddenly uncertain whether the resort's apparent normalcy was more unsettling than any signs of wrongdoing would have been. Everything was perfect, too perfect. Like a photograph that had been subtly altered where nothing was obviously wrong, but something felt off. "We won't take up more of your time," he said finally. As he led his friends toward the exit, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something obvious, something hidden behind all this carefully curated perfection. The resort's beauty followed them out, but its shadows seemed to linger, begging questions that had no answers. Chapter 23. "I never should have dragged you all into this," Liam said, jamming the keys into the ignition. Jules reached over and squeezed his hand. "Hey, we're here because we want to be. Stop beating yourself up." John lowered his camera after taking a series of rapid shots. "Did you see all that security back there? Makes Fort Knox look like a convenience store." "And those guests they're keeping?" Matthias whistled low. "First prison I've seen where I wouldn't mind doing time." The Land Rover climbed higher up the mountain road, its engine growling against the incline. Matthias winced, working his jaw. "Man, My ears feel like they're about to explode. What if we're looking at this all wrong? Jules twisted in her seat to face Liam. Maybe Nikki just needed some space. You don't know her like I do. Liam shook his head. She wouldn't just disappear. Not without telling me first. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. Something about this mountain. I can't shake the feeling that whatever happened to her, it happened up here. Darkness crept along the mountainside like spilled ink, consuming everything in its path. Matthias pressed his face against the window, looking up. Anyone else notice how fast it got dark? Hold up, John muttered, squinting at his camera's display screen, completely absorbed in whatever he was seeing. The wind whistled through a crack in Liam's window. Who would want to hurt her? He asked, more to himself than the others. No one answered. As the sun vanished behind the tree line, the peaks disappeared under a black shroud. Liam shivered and rolled up his window. I'm going back to that town tomorrow. Those people know something, and I'm done playing nice. Still fixated on his camera, John's frown deepened. This can't be right. After the welcome we got? Matthias straightened in his seat. They made it pretty clear we're not wanted around here. Exactly why I'm dropping you all at the interstate, Liam said firmly. First taxi I see. You're on it. I've risked your lives enough. Look, Matthias sighed. Get Jules and John out of here. I'll come back with you. We'll find her together. Jules whipped around. No way. We started this together. We're finishing it together. Her tone left no room for argument. John held his camera out, arms trembling slightly. Something's seriously wrong with these photos. A blur of brown fur shot across their headlights. Liam, watch out! Jules screamed. The SUV's tires screamed as Liam slammed the brakes. They spun, the world turning into a carousel of shadows before they jerked to a stop, facing back the way they'd come. The silence that followed felt electric. Good grief, Matthias breathed, gripping his seat. Everyone still got all their pieces? Yeah, Liam managed, his knuckles bone white on the wheel as pins and needles crept up his arms. Pretty sure that was a rabbit, Jules said, her voice shaky. But what was it running from? John groaned, rubbing his temples. My head. Jules twisted in her seat. John, you good? He gave a weak thumbs up. She turned to Liam, noting his death grip on the steering wheel. Liam, talk to me. He brushed off her concern. I'm fine. Everyone else okay? John's eyes went wide as he looked through the rear window. Guys? His voice came out barely above a whisper. Well, no one's hurt, Jules said with forced lightness. That rascally rabbit's got some explaining to do. Matthias tried to joke, but his laugh sounded hollow. Guys, John's voice cracked, I think I know what spooked that rabbit. Yeah? Matthias turned around. John swallowed hard. I don't know what it is, but it's bigger than our car, and it's coming right for us. Chapter 24. Metal groaned as four bodies twisted in their seats, drawn by some primal instinct to look behind them. The beam of their brake lights carved through the darkness, illuminating what should have been an empty mountain road. It wasn't empty. A massive silhouette dominated the center line, its muscular form coiled like a spring. The creature's claws scraped against asphalt, leaving deep gouges in their wake. Steam rose from its muzzle in the cold mountain air, each exhale a cloud of menace. The moon slipped free from behind a cloud, bathing the scene in pale silver light. What stood before them defied explanation. Its eyes blazed like molten gold, tracking their every movement with predatory intelligence. Thick whiskers, slick with something dark, caught the moonlight. When its lips peeled back, yellowed fangs longer than hunting knives glinted wetly. It might have been a wolf once, in the same way a great white might have once been a fish. A savage mockery of nature, Its gray and black coat rippled over muscles that shouldn't exist on any earthly creature. Each thunderous footfall as it charged toward them sent tremors through the SUV's frame. "What in the world?" Jules exclaimed, her voice filled with fear. John posed a question, his voice trembling. "Would you believe me if I told you it was standing on 2 legs?" No one responded, their eyes transfixed on the monstrous beast before them in a tomb-like silence. "I didn't think so," he muttered when no one replied. Matthias hammered on Liam's chair. "Let's get out of here. Step on it." Liam turned the key in the ignition, ignoring his tingling fingers. Nothing happened. A wave of dread washed over him as he caught sight of his own ghostly reflection in the rear view. His friends looked just as pale and terrified. "Everyone, just breathe," he urged. He stretched his hands and shook his fingers, trying to bring life back into them. Once more he attempted to start the engine. Once more, nothing happened. Liam nervously eyed the ignition. "Do you want the good news or the bad news?" "How bad is the bad news?" Matthias inquired. "The car won't start," Jules chimed in, her voice laced with desperation. "What's the good news?" "The door locks still work," Liam replied. He pressed the lock button as a 2-ton arm crashed down on the back of the Rover. The roof cracked and caved inward. Shockwaves surged through the vehicle, like a bomb going off. It was a force more powerful than anything Liam had ever experienced. It was massive, the size of a fully grown grizzly bear, except it wasn't a bear. John crouched low, desperate to avoid the booing ceiling. Matthias crossed his heart, mumbling a series of Hail Marys. The creature's roar shattered the night. Part wolf's howl, part lion's bellow, part something else entirely. The sound bypassed their ears and struck straight at some ancient part of their brains that remembered what it was like to be prey. Time stretched like cold honey as adrenaline flooded Liam's system. His heartbeat slowed to a thunderous drum in his ears, each pulse an eternity. Fear had him locked in place, his body refusing to respond to commands his mind screamed at it. The monster rose, and rose, and rose. "See, I told you," John muttered. "Liam," Matthias hissed through clenched teeth, "it's coming around to your side." The beast circled to Liam's window with terrible grace, lowering its massive head until one blazing eye filled his view. Hot breath fogged the glass, and those metallic whiskers scraped against the window like steel wool. Its gaze was calculating, methodical, a hunter sizing up its prey. "Don't move," Liam breathed, forcing himself to stay still despite the tremors racking his body. "It's not just trying to figure out a way to get in. Look at its eyes. It's studying us." "There's intelligence in those eyes," Jules whispered, horror threading through her voice. "It's thinking. Planning." John raised his camera with shaking hands. The creature's head snapped toward the movement, its gaze locking onto the lens. "Maybe if I—" "John, don't—" Liam started. The flash illuminated their world in stark white. Stunned, the creature staggered back, momentarily blinded. It let out a roar, intensifying the fear in the group. "Uh-oh, now it's really angry," Liam said, shooting a quick glance at John. The creature lunged in a flash of fur and began pounding on the door. The door caved and crumpled inward. Fists bore down on them like an automatic machine gun. With each pounding, the SUV was walloped closer and closer to the soft shoulder. "Everyone, hold on!" he shouted over the deafening assault. The creature's attacks came in waves, each more devastating than the last. Metal shrieked. Glass splintered. The roof sagged lower with every blow, stealing precious inches of space. Through the kaleidoscope of breaking glass and twisting metal, Liam caught glimpses of muscles rippling under matted fur, of claws longer than his fingers tearing into their shelter like it was made of paper. Finally, the hammering stopped. In the ringing silence, the beast drew back to survey its handiwork. Its chest expanded like a bellows, and it unleashed a roar that made their earlier experience seem like a whisper. The sound carried a promise. The next assault would end this. "We need options," Liam's voice shook. "Anyone. Anything." A flash of yellow caught his eye. Matthias was holding something up, his hand trembling. "A tennis ball?" Liam stared at it in disbelief. "You can't be serious." "Dogs chase balls," Matthias said, his face dead serious despite the absurdity. "And that thing, it's got some dog in it, right?" Under any other circumstances, Liam would have laughed, but with the roof now pressed so low they could barely sit upright, with the beast preparing for what would surely be its final attack, even the most desperate plan was better than none. The cabin had become a coffin. What had once been a spacious SUV interior was now a crushed tin can, the metal twisted and warped into a deadly cage. They had two choices: stay and be crushed, or risk everything on a tennis ball. Liam snatched the ball from Matthias. "When I throw this, we run. All of us. We might only have seconds." They pressed themselves against the far side of the vehicle, as far from the creature as possible. John and Jules positioned their hands on their door handles, muscles coiled tight as springs. The beast raised its arms, moonlight glinting off claws that could shred steel. Liam's throat was desert dry as he cranked his window down just enough to squeeze the ball through. "Fetch!" The word came out as a strangled cry. The yellow ball skittered across the asphalt, bouncing erratically in the moonlight. Time seemed to stop as the creature's massive head tracked its movement, those burning eyes following the ball's path with an almost comical focus. "Move! Now!" Liam hissed. John's door flew open with a screech of protesting metal. He bolted into the darkness with Matthias on his heels, their footsteps echoing off the mountain walls. "It's stuck!" Jules yanked frantically at her door handle. The frame had warped so severely that the door was fused shut, nothing more than a twisted sheet of useless metal. The creature's head snapped back toward them, the spell of the tennis ball broken. Liam's eyes darted over the crushed door, his mind racing. "The window! Try the window!" Jules grabbed the window crank, but it wouldn't budge. The frame had twisted like a pretzel, pinning the glass in place. "Move back!" Liam shouted, stealing a glance at the beast as it began to turn toward them. Time had run out. Adrenaline surged through him like lightning. He drew back his leg and kicked the window with everything he had. The glass exploded outward in a shower of crystal shards. "Go!" He practically lifted Jules through the jagged opening, ignoring the bite of broken glass as he shoved her to safety. He followed immediately after, feeling the rush of air as massive claws swept through the space he'd occupied just seconds before. Chapter 25. Liam's hands slammed into wet leaves, the decomposing foliage squelching beneath his palms. He launched himself up in a fluid quarter circle, muscle memory from years on the field taking over. But this was no game. No trophy waited at the end of this run. Just survival. The star quarterback was about to become a running back in the deadliest game of his life. Jules lay crumpled nearby, her hands and elbows torn and bloody from the jagged window glass. Dark liquid pooled beneath her palms, turning the leaves crimson. He hauled her up by her slick, blood-streaked wrists and tucked her against his side like he'd done with footballs 1,000 times before. Then he exploded forward with the desperate speed of prey being hunted. His feet barely touched earth as he flew through the darkness, every stride propelled by pure adrenaline. Behind them, the creature's roar shattered the night, the sound so powerful it made his teeth rattle. Glass exploded as the beast unleashed its fury on the abandoned rover, each blow reducing the vehicle to shards and twisted metal. A thunderous crash echoed through the forest, accompanied by the screech of tearing metal and snapping branches. Jules looked back, her body going rigid against his side. "Oh no," she choked out. It threw the car. It just threw our car. Eyes forward. Liam pushed her ahead of him. Don't look back. Just run. Ancient evergreens towered above them, their dense canopy stealing what little moonlight remained. The forest dissolved into a maze of shadows and darkness, offering both refuge and danger. They plunged deeper into the pitch-black wilderness, every step a gamble between escape and disaster. The beast's rampage followed them, the sound of splintering trees and earth-shaking footfalls growing closer. Liam would have charged straight into the gates of hell rather than face what pursued them. The creature was demolishing everything in its path, snapping century-old trees like matchsticks. He drove forward into the suffocating darkness, unable to see more than an arm's length ahead. Pure instinct guided his steps through the treacherous terrain. It was a fatal mistake. They slammed into solid bodies. Matthias and John, sending all four of them crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs and terrified gasps. A low growl rippled through the air, carrying an unnervingly human quality that made their skin crawl. "What's it doing?" Jules whispered, her voice trembling as she strained to see through the darkness. "Calling," Liam breathed, exchanging a horrified look with her. "It's calling to something." To what? The question hung in the air like a death sentence. "We're not staying to find out." Liam pulled Jules to her feet with painstaking silence. Taking point, he guided them through the treacherous wilderness, every sense stretched to its limit. His body thrummed with hyper-awareness, cataloging every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, every buzz of nighttime insects. Sweat froze on his skin despite the exertion, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. A bone-rattling roar split the night. Matthias couldn't fight the urge to look. His face drained of color as he spotted a massive black shape darting through the trees to their left, moving with impossible speed for its size. "There's another one." The words tore from his throat. "Run!" "What do you mean, another one?" John's voice cracked with terror. They bolted through the forest like startled deer, but the wet ground betrayed them. Matthias, lagging behind, lost his footing on a slick rock. His head cracked against stone with a sickening thud. Stars burst behind his eyes. Then the world faded to black as the sound of approaching monsters filled the darkness. Chapter 26. Cold air seared Liam's lungs and burned the back of his throat as he skidded to a halt. The sound of rushing water thundered in his ears. He dug his heels into the soft earth and threw out his arms, blocking those behind him. "Stop!" They stood on a rocky precipice, the dense forest suddenly giving way to open air. Moonlight flooded the clearing, revealing the dramatic landscape before them. A valley stretched below, carved by an emerald river that seemed to glow with its own ethereal light. The upper portion lay still as glass, trapped between natural stone barriers, creating a mirror that reflected the moon and surrounding pines with perfect clarity, as if another world existed just beneath the surface. Further downstream, the river awakened, cascading over a series of falls that shattered the silence with their constant roar. Across the gorge, massive evergreens marched up the cliff face like an army of giants. Liam's eyes traced the jagged bedrock beneath their feet, finding a narrow ledge several feet down. Below that, partially hidden by shadow and stone, he spotted what looked like a natural hollow, a potential sanctuary. "Come on," he called softly, dropping down to the lower outcropping. He reached up, offering his hand first to Jules, then to John, helping them navigate the treacherous descent. Once they were safely on the ledge, he peered back into the darkness they'd fled through. "Matthias," he whispered, scanning the forest edge. The words seemed to be swallowed by the night. No response came. Ice-cold realization gripped his heart. Matthias was gone. He scrambled back down to where Jules and John huddled beneath the overhang. "Where's Matthias?" Jules' face, already pale in the moonlight, drained of what little color remained. He was right behind us, she breathed, horror threading through her voice. Panic surged through Liam's veins as he climbed back to the upper ledge, straining to pierce the darkness with his gaze. "Matthias!" he hissed urgently into the night. A quarter-mile back in the forest, Matthias's consciousness returned in fragments. First came the sensation of earth sliding beneath his face. Then the realization that he wasn't the one moving. Something was dragging him. His eyes snapped open to a nightmare-made flesh. A monstrous form of fur and muscle had his ankle in an iron grip, pulling him deeper into the shadows of the forest. A low-hanging branch whipped across his face, leaving a burning welt along his jawline. He winced, instinctively raising a hand to the stinging flesh. His head pounded with each heartbeat as he tried to make sense of his surroundings through the disorienting movement. The ground rushed past too quickly for him to get any purchase. His desperate fingers clawed at grass and roots, but the vegetation tore away uselessly in his grasp, leaving him with nothing but crushed leaves and broken stems. He tried to cry out, but his voice emerged as barely a whisper. Gathering what strength remained, he attempted again. This time, a weak sound escaped his lips, still faint, but carrying just enough volume to echo through the trees. Whether that was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. "Did you hear that?" Liam's head snapped toward the forest. "It's Matthias." His friends huddled deeper into their rocky shelter as he searched for handholds in the cliff face. Finding purchase between two rocks, he grabbed a sturdy sapling and began to climb. "Stay here," he ordered over his shoulder. Jules lunged forward, fingers catching his shirt. "You can't go out there." Her voice cracked with desperation. "Yeah, you're crazy, man." John's nervous laugh echoed in their stone refuge as he pressed himself further into the shadows. "Those things will kill you." Jules' eyes gleamed with tears in the moonlight, silently pleading with him to stay. "I have to." He pulled free of her grasp and hauled himself onto the ledge above with a dull thud. Time stopped. 10 feet away, a monster turned toward the sound. Its wet nostrils flared, testing the air. Moonlight caught its eyes, predator's eyes, cold and yellow as ancient amber. Those eyes fixed on him, and Liam felt his heart trying to hammer its way out of his chest. He froze, suddenly aware that his breathing sounded as loud as a storm wind in his ears. He held it, willing himself to become stone, to become shadow, to become anything the beast might overlook. Deep in the forest, Matthias thrashed against his captor's grip. His shouts for help dissolved into the darkness as he kicked wildly at the creature's bristled back. When that proved useless, he returned to his desperate search for anything to grab onto. His fingers raked through the forest debris, finding nothing but loose leaves and empty air. Stars exploded behind his eyes. He blinked hard, trying to focus. A rock appeared in his path, but it slipped past before his fingers could get a grip. Another appeared and vanished just as quickly. Then he saw it. A boulder, larger than the others, jutting from the tangle of roots and vegetation. He whispered a Hail Mary, reached out, and by some miracle wrenched it free. His lips formed a silent "thank you" to whatever power had granted him this weapon. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted, "Hey!" The beast didn't flinch, maintaining its relentless pace. "I'm talking to you." Matthias's voice grew stronger. "Hey, you ugly son of a dog!" This time the creature looked back, never breaking stride. Matthias seized his chance. With every ounce of strength he had left, he swung the rock in a wide arc and launched it straight between those terrible eyes. The impact made a sound like a splitting log. The beast's screech shattered the night as it staggered and fell, clutching its head. Blood, black in the darkness, streamed between its clawed fingers. Matthias scrambled to his feet and ran blindly through the forest. The ground suddenly dropped away beneath him, and he found himself tumbling down the mountainside in a blur of shadow and foliage. Just when he thought it would never end, the earth vanished completely. He was falling. The impact drove the air from his lungs as he crashed onto what felt like sand. When his vision cleared, he found himself staring up at a face that could have been carved from weathered oak. A man in full camouflage stood over him, a 12-gauge shotgun slung over one shoulder, a mysterious basket over the other. The stranger adjusted his camo hat, his eyes hard as steel. "You want to live, boy?" His voice was gravel and thunder. "Get up!" Chapter 27. The creature moved with a predatory grace that defied natural law, each muscle coiled with potential violence. Its head swiveled toward a distant sound, ears pricked like radar dishes searching for prey. Slowly, carefully, he inched backward. The rocky ledge beneath his feet felt alive, every tiny movement a potential betrayal. Venturing out now would be suicide. Survival meant patience, meant becoming invisible. The mountain landscape unfolded around them like a nightmare painted in shades of moonlight and shadow. Granite walls rose like prison walls, covered in a patchwork of moss and lichen that seemed to breathe with their own dark life. Towering evergreens pressed close, their branches creating a canopy that blocked out most of the sky, hiding who knows what beneath their ancient boughs. Jules joined him at the cliff's edge, her body tense as a drawn bowstring. Her eyes scanned the valley, a treacherous landscape of potential escape and certain death. "There," she whispered, pointing to a narrow ledge that clung to the mountainside like a desperate prayer. "We might be able to make it down there." John's attention shifted. His camera, his lifeline, his obsession, suddenly felt heavy in his hands. This was the moment photographers dreamed about. One photograph, one impossible image that could change everything. The creature moved with an unnatural fluidity, walking upright like a man, but moving with the predatory precision. "Maybe," Liam responded, his voice a razor-thin whisper. The proposed route was more vertical descent than path, a 90-degree drop that promised certain death with one misplaced step. He traced another option, a thin trail that hugged the canyon wall, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. "I think our best bet is to follow this trail," he said, pointing. "We might be able to get out of their territory." Jules nodded, her agreement more survival instinct than confidence. John's nerves frayed with each passing moment. The moon played a treacherous game, ducking behind clouds and creating a landscape that shifted between silvery revelation and absolute darkness. He fumbled with his camera settings, lips moving in a silent prayer. "Risky," he muttered, "but it'll have to do." "John," Liam whispered urgently, his eyes never leaving their potential escape route. The photographer flinched, a deer caught in headlights. "Come look at this," Liam said again. John's gaze darted between Liam and the disappearing creature. The window of opportunity was closing fast. "Now or never," he breathed. Liam's eyes drifted to a serene part of the nearby lake, a moment of impossible calm amidst the chaos. His heart raced as wildly as the river that crashed against distant rocks. Jules shivered beside him, her body trembling from cold and fear. "You're cold," he said softly, pulling her closer. His jacket enveloped her, creating a momentary illusion of safety. Being this close triggered something, a memory, a ghost of something lost. "The one that got away," he murmured so quietly it was almost not a sound at all. "What?" Jules looked up, her eyes reflecting moonlight and confusion. But Liam was already scanning their escape route again, the moment already passing like a half-remembered dream. "Nothing," Liam said quickly, too quickly. His fingers tightened around Jules, pulling her closer. Her body trembled. Whether from cold or fear, he couldn't tell. A flash split the sky, brilliant and unexpected. Liam's head snapped upward. The clouds hung low and heavy, but without the promise of rain. Lightning? Here? Something felt off. The sudden burst of light caught the creature's attention. Its eyes, yellow as sulfur, intelligent beyond any animal's gaze, locked onto John. And then it grinned. Rows of razor-sharp teeth gleamed in the moonlight. Blood-red gums pressed against protruding incisors that looked more like surgical instruments than natural teeth. The expression held no humor, no animal instinct. This was calculation, malevolence, pure predatory intelligence that understood exactly what terror looked like. John froze. The creature approached with a deliberate slowness, each movement a promise of something worse than death. It knew John had nowhere to run. This was a hunt, and the hunt was nearly over. John's fingers went numb. His camera, his entire life's passion, slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the rocky ground. He stumbled backward, a scream building in his throat. He crashed into Liam and Jules. The world tilted. They were falling. Falling wasn't a smooth descent. It was chaos, a violent tumbling that defied gravity and reason. Rocks bit into Liam's skin. Branches whipped past like angry serpents. The mountain seemed to laugh, throwing them down its steep face with contemptuous ease. Liam couldn't tell up from down. The landscape became a blur of green and gray, punctuated by moments of sharp pain. Jules and John twisted beside him, their bodies tangling in what looked like some horrific, uncontrolled game of Twister. "Hang on!" He tried to shout, but the words were stolen by the wind. A massive tree loomed suddenly in his vision. Liam twisted, narrowly avoiding a direct collision. His foot struck the trunk. White-hot pain exploded through his leg. He bit back a scream, and then nothing. Weightlessness. The ground disappeared. For a moment the world was silent. Then sand, gritty, wet, filling his mouth with the taste of earth and salt. Chapter 28. Liam erupted from the sand, mouth spitting and spraying like the blowhole of a whale. Seconds later, Jules and John collapsed onto the beach beside him, groaning in pain. "I see you found the express elevator," the grizzly-faced man sneered. Camouflage clothing hung on his frame like a second skin, and eyes that had seen too much scanned the horizon. "Liam!" Matthias exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "Boy, am I glad to see you." The man's gaze suddenly hardened. Gators. 12 o'clock. They looked. The water lay flat as a mirror, innocent as a sleeping child. But the man wasn't looking at the water. His eyes tracked something beyond the tree line. First came the sound. A low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through bone and muscle. Then they saw them. Black shadows erupted from the mountain's spine, wolf-like beasts that moved with an unnatural grace. Their elongated bodies, reminiscent of alligators but far more sinister, stretched behind powerful shoulders in a way that seemed to defy evolution itself. Short, muscular legs propelled them forward with a predator's precision, their movement a terrible fusion of canine agility and reptilian fluidity. Their bodies were sleek and lethal, with thick, fur-covered necks that could have been mistaken for tree trunks, and wolf jaws that had evolved into something more nightmarish, rows of teeth that gleamed like surgical steel in the darkness. "Gators?" Jules whispered, her voice a mixture of disbelief and terror. "Varmints with snappers that'd make any reptile look gentle," the man growled. "Move!" he shouted, spinning on his heel. Liam took a step and felt something inside his ankle tear. Pain exploded up his leg like a white-hot knife. He gasped, nearly dropping to the sand. Jules was there instantly, her arm wrapping around his waist. "I've got you," she said, her voice steady despite the approaching nightmare. They moved. Sand kicked up beneath their feet, each step a battle against pain and fear. The growls grew louder. John's voice came from behind, tight with panic. "They're on the beach. Closing in." The creatures emerged from the landscape like living shadows. Howls and grunts split the air, carrying the musty smell of underground tunnels and rotting earth. Jules' arms trembled around Liam. "Can you hear them?" she whispered. "Don't listen," Liam gasped. "Just run." The camouflaged man called back, "Almost there." They hit a wall of vegetation, a tangle of vines and branches so dense it might as well have been solid stone. Impossible. Impassable. Matthias's eyes went wide with panic. "What now?" The man thrust a shotgun into Matthias's hands. "2 bullets. Make them count." "I've never fired a gun," Matthias protested. "You'll learn fast," the man muttered. Liam looked back. The creatures were close now, close enough to see individual muscles rippling beneath sleek black coats. Matthias raised the shotgun, hand shaking. "Why are we just standing here?" John's voice cracked with panic, pushing to the front of the group. The man remained infuriatingly calm, patting his vest pockets. "Now where did I put that?" Sweat carved rivers down Matthias's face. His eyes were wild, locked on the approaching monsters. "They're coming!" he shouted. "Shoot!" John screamed. Matthias's finger found the trigger. The shotgun erupted with a skin-slapping explosion that seemed to split the very air. The recoil threw him backward, his feet sliding in the sand. The gators charged like living nightmares, all muscle and fury and impossible speed. The lead creature took the bullet's impact, sand spraying into its eyes in a glittering arc. Their barks transformed into shrill yelps, the sound of predators suddenly keener on their prey. Liam watched the scene unfold with a strange clarity. Seconds separated them from certain death. Matthias trembled, the shotgun wavering in his grip. "You can do this," Liam said, his voice steady, a commander encouraging a soldier. Matthias nodded, drawing a deep breath. "I can do this." The barrel rose, steady now, focused. A gator launched itself through the air, a missile of muscle and teeth aimed directly at Liam. He threw up his hands, squeezing his eyes shut. This was it. The rifle blasted. The bullet whizzed past his ear, a millisecond too late. Tree trunk weight crashed down. "Found it!" The man's voice cut through the chaos, pushing something through the overgrowth. Liam opened his eyes. The gator lay motionless, its massive body a dead weight pressing him into the sand. Matthias dropped the gun and rushed forward, helping Liam push the beast aside. Jules' hands twisted together, her voice rising with terror. "Guys, there are more, and they look really, really mad." A heavy metal door, hidden behind a curtain of twisted vines, moaned on rusted hinges. The man stood in the entrance, holding it open. "Move. Now." They didn't hesitate. They dove through the opening like swimmers escaping a shark. The remaining gators, mere feet behind, jaws dripping, eyes blazing with murderous intent, hurled themselves forward. They crashed against the galvanized steel door with a sound like thunder as the door slammed shut. Chapter 29. Darkness swallowed them whole. Not the gentle darkness of night, but a thick, suffocating blackness that seemed to press against their eyes, their skin, their very breath. Sounds became everything. Shuffling, breathing, the metallic scrape of something being moved. A click, sharp and sudden. Light erupted. Conrad Duveau stood before them, his eyes hard and sweeping over them, checking their hands, their waistband, and the tension in their shoulders before finally locking onto their gaze. "This way," he said. The bunker breathed around them. Stale air thick with decades of abandonment hung heavy in their lungs. Concrete corridors branched like veins, each tunnel fading into impenetrable darkness. The walls whispered of forgotten stories, of things best left unremembered. An empty shell, a tomb waiting to be sealed. Liam's fingers intertwined with Jules, his grip protective, territorial. What if those things get in here? Conrad's lantern danced along cylindrical walls, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. We'll be safe. Tonight. The emphasis on tonight hung in the air like a threat. He made a sharp left turn, the lantern's light revealing glimpses of rusted equipment, abandoned crates, fragments of a life long forgotten. Not many visitors, he said, his voice as dry as desert wind. People come, but by the time I meet them, a pause that spoke volumes. They're dead. Matthias gasped, a sound caught between terror and understanding. John barely heard, patting his shirt in growing panic. My camera, he muttered. Where's my camera? I apologize, Mr. Jules started. Duveau, the man interrupted. Conrad Duveau. Mr. Duveau. She began, but was interrupted. Call me Conrad, the man insisted. Conrad, if it's so dangerous. What are you doing here? Jules asked, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. Conrad stopped before a metal door that looked like it had survived multiple apocalypses. Keys jangled. Metal scraped against metal. The door swung open with a groan that seemed to echo ancient pain. He bent down, retrieved a basket, lifted it. Dead fish eyes stared back, glassy, blank, unblinking. Fishing, he said. Chapter 30. Through the dim lantern light, Liam surveyed the sparse rectangular room, his fingers absently tracing patterns on the cold metal table. The bunker walls seemed to breathe with the flickering shadows. Pull-down cots lined one cement wall like sleeping sentinels, while opposite them a row of battered metal cabinets stood guard. In the back corner, an iron stove ticked as it cooled, the pipe vanishing into the darkness above. The air carried traces of their fish dinner, mingled with the musty scent of underground living. John scraped his fork across his plate, chasing the last morsel of fish. His shoulders were still tense, hands gripping his fork like it might be the last meal he'd see for a while. This bunker... Liam gestured at their surroundings, trying to make sense of it all. The air held a mixture of wood smoke and something else. Something older, like paper left too long in a basement. You actually live here. Jules forced a smile, but her eyes kept darting to the heavy metal door. It's cozy? Conrad's weathered face creased with something between amusement and wariness. My actual residence is where Mary directed you, he said, his voice carrying the gravelly quality of someone who spent too much time alone. Though residence might be generous. Yeah, we saw it, Liam said, remembering the cabin's fortified windows, deadbolts gleaming in the daylight, 2x4s nailed across every possible entry point. Looked more like a fortress than a home. Conrad's fingers unconsciously traced a scar running along his forearm. They're not just animals. They're something else, something worse. Then why send us there? Liam leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath him. Because every month or so, some adventure seekers come looking for thrills. Conrad's words carried the weight of too many similar conversations. This isn't a campground, you know. Not safe for visitors. We're not here for thrills, Liam said, voice tinged with sadness. No camping allowed either. State park regulations, Conrad said, rising to deposit his dish in the sink. The water sputtered and coughed through the old pipes. You can rule that out too, Liam said, watching Conrad's back. And scratch it off the list for any future excursions too. Conrad turned back to face them, drying his hands on a threadbare towel. Anywho, we need to get you folks back to town. Matthias's chair scraped against concrete as he shot up. No way! Those people in town, they're dangerous. His voice bounced off the bunker walls, making Jules flinch. They shot someone in cold blood in broad daylight, John added, his usually quiet voice hard with conviction. A crooked smile played across Conrad's lips as he settled back into his chair. Those people? He paused, letting out a dry chuckle that held no humor. Shot someone in cold blood? We saw it with our own eyes. Matthias raised his right hand as if swearing testimony in court. Conrad's smile was knowing and sharp. Did they really? Or did you see something your mind couldn't quite process? The silence that followed felt thick enough to cut. Jules' breath caught as realization dawned across her face. "Oh my," she whispered. "It wasn't a person they shot, was it?" Matthias looked between his friends, his earlier certainty crumbling. "But they ran us out of town. At gunpoint. Saved your lives, more like." Conrad's voice softened, almost paternal. "Every outsider they welcome means more danger later. More sleepless nights. More graves to dig." Liam pushed his half-empty plate away, the fish suddenly tasteless. "We met Mrs. Eisenhower at the Ramapo resort." Conrad's eyebrow arched, genuine surprise crossing his features. "I'm surprised. It's quite rare for anyone to be allowed inside without a special invitation." "Liam's cousin is missing," Matthias blurted out, earning a sharp smack from John. "We think she took her." "Dude, filter," John hissed through clenched teeth. "Is that so?" Conrad leaned back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The lantern light deepened the lines around his eyes, making him look ancient and knowing. Liam shot Matthias a withering look. "My cousin disappeared last night. Right before that, I saw her with Mrs. Eisenhower." Conrad's face remained carefully neutral, but something dark flickered behind his eyes. Jules watched him intently, her artist's eye catching the subtle shift in his demeanor. "You don't seem shocked at all," she observed softly. "Why is that?" Conrad ran his hand over his face, as if trying to wipe away years of accumulated secrets. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of long-buried truths. "There have been whispers in these parts for years. People say their young people have gone missing. Been taken. I had my suspicions, but with these woods being so dangerous—" He trailed off, his gaze distant. "I imagined they were killed." Liam's voice cut through the heavy silence like a blade. "Tell us what you know about the Ramapo resort." Chapter 31. The lantern flickered, and for a moment, the shadows in the corners of the bunker seemed to lean closer, hungry for Conrad's response. Conrad leaned forward, his hands flat against the table on either side of a tin cup of lukewarm coffee. The lantern on the crate between them flickered. "You're standing inside the Ramapo resort, the old one. An underground complex. The military built it back in the 60s, then took it off the books." His voice was level, the tone he'd used to read a map. He took a slow sip of the coffee, leaving the words right there on the table between them. Liam's throat tightened as pieces of the puzzle began shifting into place, the truth more terrifying than any theory they'd conjured. Matthias stared at Conrad, his eyes wide with disbelief and suspicion. "See, I told you. I said it was the government and nobody listened." "Okay," Liam interjected, trying to calm him. Conrad continued. "We carried out experiments here." Liam shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "We?" "I worked here. I was the PI, principal investigator." Matthias raised a brow. "So you worked for the government in a secret military hideout, doing secret military experiments. Why am I not surprised?" Matthias looked at Liam, his eyes filled with vindication. "It's just like I've been saying all along. The government is always up to something. Next time you'll listen to me." Matthias scrutinized Conrad from head to toe as if seeing his true identity. "How do we know we can trust you?" 20 years ago, I headed up a grant project. We were performing top-secret clinical trials, DNA testing, secretly mixing DNA across species. We created more than 150 hybrid embryos. After that, our superiors handed us a new project, human embryo testing. You created hybrid embryos? The words stumbled from Liam's mouth. Conrad nodded, his expression grave. We were pushing the boundaries of science, exploring the possibilities of genetic manipulation. But it quickly became clear that the consequences were far more dangerous than we'd anticipated. Jules' voice quivered with disgust. How can that even happen? According to the government, our sector didn't exist, so no one was looking over our shoulders. Everything was going according to plan in the beginning, but something went wrong. Liam leaned forward, the metal chair groaning beneath him. What happened? Conrad's eyes focused on something distant, something horrifying. At first I thought it was just a gross genetic defect, but when the test came back, we found out the human DNA had been contaminated by a distinct gene makeup, the canis lupus. English, John interrupted. The human cells were contaminated by cells from a gray wolf. Conrad's voice grew hoarse as if the words themselves were painful to speak. I told my superiors to destroy them, but they wouldn't listen. Instead, we were given orders to test and observe. The cells thrived and eventually grew into something. He paused, swallowing hard. There were 16 of the beasts, wild, untamable, nothing like humans, nothing like wolves. They were ferocious, half man, half beast. The day they finally produced viable offspring, I knew it had to be shut down. Matthias's face had gone pale in the lantern light. So you're saying those things are part human and part wolf? Liam's mind reeled, unable to grasp the implications. Conrad's silent nod seemed to drop the temperature in the room by several degrees. What did you do? Jules whispered, her hands clutching tightly on her lap. I called Washington, told them it was over. Conrad's voice trembled slightly, his eyes haunted by memories. It took a little convincing, but they finally agreed to shut the whole project down. But it was too late. Those things escaped, and almost everyone involved was killed. The government covered everything up. They couldn't take the chance of information like this getting out. The ones who were lucky enough to live were coerced into secrecy. Like I was. The bunker's silence pressed against their ears, broken by the drip of water somewhere in the darkness. What did they do with the bodies? Liam's questions hung in the stale air. Conrad's gaze dropped to his scarred hands. Once the military arrived. Their orders were to make it look like a chemical fire or explosion. They had to tell the families something. A short time later, another company wanted to buy the land. They agreed to take on the name to hamper suspicion about the place as part of the deal. Liam leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath him, studying Conrad's face in the flickering light. Why are you still here? He drew in a shaky breath and whispered, redemption, as if the word itself were a fragile truth. I knew those things were out there. I've been trying to kill the suckers ever since. It used to be easier, but they've gotten smarter. After all, they are half human. They've evolved. They can reason, and they've learned to be more elusive, more deadly. His eyes locked onto Liam. That's why I'm taking you back first thing in the morning. The leather of Liam's wallet creaked as he pulled it from his pocket, his movements deliberate. The photo he slid across the table caught the lantern light, making Nikki's green eyes seem almost alive. This is my cousin Nikki. Have you seen her? Conrad's brow furrowed as he studied the image, his weathered fingers hovering over her face. She seems like Mrs. Eisenhower's type, but I can't imagine that Mrs. Eisenhower would be involved in anything illegal. She's an above-board type of lady. Something in his hesitation made the air grow thicker. You know something. Liam's words weren't a question. The metal cabinet hinges groaned as Conrad retrieved a small wooden box, its surface worn smooth by time. He placed it before Liam with the gravity of a man delivering bad news. Liam's hand shook as he lifted the lid. Inside, a silver chain caught the light like a tear. His breath hitched, rage and disbelief rising in his chest. "I can't believe I fell for their act." His voice trembled like a drawn bow. "They're going to pay." Jules rose from her seat, her footsteps echoing in the concrete space. Concern painted her features in the dim light. "It's Nikki's necklace," she said. Liam's jaws clenched as he clutched the box. He turned to Conrad, fury blazing in his eyes. "Where did you get this?" "On the outskirts of the resort grounds this morning while I was scouting." Conrad's words came measured. "It was early, still dark out. I slipped inside the gate to canvass the building. I saw a reflection, and when I got closer, I saw the necklace pushed back into the cleft of the front column. It's like somebody placed it there to be found." Determination surged through Liam like electricity. He bolted toward the door, his footsteps thundering in the confined space. "I've got to get her out of there. I'm leaving." A chorus of howls pierced the night air, distant, but clear even through the bunker walls. The sound raised the hair on the back of every neck in the room. Conrad moved with surprising speed, positioning himself between Liam and the door. "You're not going anywhere tonight." His voice carried the authority of someone who had seen too much death. "This might be my only chance," Liam pleaded. Conrad's tone softened, though his stance remained firm. "Son, if you go out there tonight, you won't have a chance. Those things will rip you apart. Wait until daybreak and I'll show you a shortcut." Jules grabbed Liam's hand, her touch, cool and steadying. "He's right, we should get some rest." Liam looked at his friends, really looked at them. Exhaustion had carved deep lines in their faces, their clothes bearing the evidence of their ordeal in tears and stains. The fight slowly drained from his shoulders. "You're right," he conceded, meeting Conrad's knowing gaze. "I'll wait till daybreak, but as soon as the sun rises, I'm going to save Nikki." Conrad nodded approval, warming his stern features. "Let's rest and gather our strength. We'll face whatever lies ahead tomorrow." As they settled onto the cold cots, another howl echoed through the night. Closer this time. Liam stared into the darkness. His hand clutched around Nikki's necklace while the creatures that were neither human nor wolf prowled in the mountains above. Liam lay motionless on his cot, staring at the bunker's concrete ceiling. In the corner, just above his head, a spider worked methodically at its web. He watched as a gnat flew into the sticky threads, its desperate vibrations telegraphing through the silken threads. The spider scuttled over, wrapping its prey, turning it round and round till it was nothing but a silk-shrouded bundle. His stomach clenched at the sight. His thoughts immediately twisted to Nikki. Was his cousin experiencing the same helplessness somewhere in that resort? The spider's wrappings felt too similar to the traps that might await her inside. Cold stone walls, dark corners, creatures that shouldn't exist. His mind tormented him with possibilities. None of this felt real. Things like this, kidnapping, monsters, hiding in bunkers. They happened in movies, not to regular people like him, not to his family. Hot tears pricked at the corner of his eyes, threatening to spill over. He rubbed them away, roughly running his fingers through his tangled hair, as if he could somehow comb out the dark thoughts. The forest beyond their concrete shelter held horrors he couldn't fully comprehend. What he was planning to do could very well kill him. The knowledge settled like a stone in his throat, but he swallowed past it. It didn't matter. If death was the price for finding Nikki, he'd pay it without hesitation. Jules' voice drifted through the darkness, soft as a shadow. "Can't sleep?" He almost took it for an exhale, but when he turned, he found her watching him. She lay on the next cot, close enough that their arms nearly touched. Proximity sent a jolt through him, reminding him of easier days of casual touches and comfortable silences. His fingers ached to bridge the gap between them. "How can I?" His voice came out rougher than intended. "Every time I close my eyes, I see her alone, afraid." "I can see this is torturing you," she said quietly, her voice heavy with understanding. "We'll find her, Liam." "Will we?" The words scraped against his throat. "You've seen what's out there, what those things can do." She didn't push, just waited, giving him space to find his words. The silence stretched between them. The dam finally broke. Every hidden grief, every suffocating thought he had spent the last year locking away, suddenly fractured and came rushing out all at once, unstoppable. "I feel like I'm trapped in darkness," he finally continued, the words spilling out of him. "It's like I'm always in a dark place, and I can't step out into the light. And even if I could, I don't want to. The darkness somehow comforts me." "Liam." His name on her lips was both the comfort and the wound. But he couldn't stop now. "I thought my life would be different," he pressed on, each word heavy with emotion, filled with beauty and happiness. "I tried to do all the right things, and yet here I am. How did we end up here, Jules?" "None of this is your fault." Her tone left no room for argument. "But it is." His voice cracked. "I could have done something more, said more. Maybe I could have changed your mind about leaving." A quiet gasp slipped past her lips as she realized exactly what he was trying to say. He wasn't talking about Nikki anymore. "I know it won't change anything," he confessed, his voice breaking. "But I want you to know you were everything to me." He hesitated, then finally let out a breath. "You are everything to me." A quiet gasp slipped past her lips, her eyes wide with surprise as she realized exactly what he was trying to say. "You don't have to say anything," he whispered. "It's just, if something happens out there, I needed you to know." He held her gaze, drinking in the tenderness and belonging he found there. After so long, the truth was finally out. The weight lifted from his shoulder, leaving him lighter despite their dire circumstances. A strand of blonde hair fell across her face, and he reached out, tucking it gently behind her ear. She shivered at his touch, and something electric passed between them. In that moment, the bunker, the forest, the danger had all faded away, leaving just the two of them in their own private universe. Chapter 33. The underground bunker swallowed every hint of natural light. The battery-powered lantern was their only light source, its dying glow a reminder of how long they had been down there. Metal clicked against metal. Conrad's calloused fingers moved methodically from decades of muscle memories, sliding bullets into his Beretta M9. He hugged the barrel like an old friend as he tucked it under his tactical vest. The hinges of the metal cabinet groaned as he retrieved a rolled blueprint, yellowed at the edges. Liam's eyes found Jules one final time. Everything he'd confessed minutes ago, a whole year of feelings, finally spoken, passed between them in that single look. His gaze drifted to his friends, curled up on the cots beside him. Matthias twitched and jerked, his face contorted as nightmare visions played behind his closed eyelids. The cabinet door creaked shut with a soft tick, and both Matthias and John jolted awake, wild-eyed and scanning the room as if expecting monsters to materialize from the shadows. The time had come. Liam forced himself upright, each muscle protesting the movement. His ankle throbbed with every heartbeat, but it could move. It would have to. He shook life back into his stiff legs and limped across the floor to join Conrad. Conrad turned, his experienced eyes immediately zeroing in on Liam's injury. "You okay, son?" "Yeah," Liam managed, the word barely more than a whisper. That doesn't sound very convincing, Conrad said, his gaze fixed on Liam's unsteady leg. Nicky's face flashed through Liam's mind, stealing his resolve. He straightened despite the pain. I'm ready. Conrad, every inch the seasoned military veteran, studied the map spread across the table. This rescue mission is going to require you to remember meticulous details if you want to get in and out safely. Remember those things are still out there. If Lizzie Eisenhower doesn't get you, those things will. His voice hardened. I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you think you can do this? You have to be sure. Liam shuddered, remembering the inhuman sounds that echoed through the tunnel walls, but Nicky was like a sister to him. I've never been more sure, sir, he said without hesitation. Conrad nodded grimly. Okay then, a couple things to remember. This is the center of the underground tunnelways. Everything branches out from here. If you get lost, look at the walls. Red leads to all exits. Blue leads back here. The rusty metal cabinets creaked as Conrad propped them open, revealing rows of firearms that ranged from compact to heavy duty. He pulled down a Trojan handgun, the sound of bullets sliding into the chamber unnaturally loud in the confined space, and pressed it into Liam's hands. Their eyes locked, Conrad's gaze unwavering. You don't know what you're going to come up against out there. If you need to, you use it. If it comes down to that. His weathered face softened as he looked over the group of city dwellers, noting the exhaustion in their eyes matched only by their fierce loyalty. Reaching back into the cabinet, he retrieved a flashlight and tossed it to Liam. He secured a camouflage backpack onto one shoulder and slung a shotgun over the other. These caves go on for miles. No one knows just how far. Conrad's voice dropped lower, heavy with warning. Your flashlight is as good as gold. Without it, these tunnels are pitch black. If you lose them, you won't find your way back. You'll die. Understood? Liam's flashlight carved through the darkness, the beam catching dust motes that swirled like lost spirits. His companion's footsteps echoed behind him, a rhythm of fear and determination. He shouldn't have let them come. No, that wasn't right. He'd begged, pleaded with them to stay behind. But here they were, like they'd always been. Funny how he'd spent weeks wallowing in self-pity, convinced he'd lost everything, when his real treasure had been standing right beside him the whole time. He stifled a bitter laugh. Here he was, having an epiphany about friendship while walking through what might become their shared tomb. The air hung thick with the metallic tang of decay, each breath tasting of rust and regret. The beam swept across the wall, and suddenly the concrete gave way to a blast pattern of scorched black, like a frozen explosion had been painted there. Through a doorway, the light revealed the graveyard of what had once been a state-of-the-art laboratory. Twisted metal frameworks reached toward the ceiling like pleading hands, and beneath the layer of ash, a corporate logo barely clung to existence on the marble floor. His light dipped lower, catching the reflection of shattered containment units. Then lower still, where dark stains told stories he didn't want to read. In his mind, the stains became pools of crimson, and phantom screams filled his ears. Lab coats turning red, running feet leaving bloody prints, yellow eyes gleaming in the chaos. Liam! Conrad's sharp whisper cut through the vision. This isn't a museum, let's go. Right, Liam managed, his tongue thick and clumsy. Just... The words died as bile rose in his throat. Conrad's face softened slightly in the harsh beam. You okay, man? You're looking a little green around the gills. The answer came in the form of violent retching. Liam's single granola bar, his entire breakfast, made an unwelcome reappearance, the sound echoing through the corridor like some horrible percussion. Oh no, Matthias gagged, I can't. John spun away so fast he nearly tripped. Warn a guy next time. Jules stepped forward, her hand finding Liam's trembling shoulder. She didn't speak, but her touch said enough. Shame burned hotter than the acid in his throat. Some hero he was turning out to be. The facade was cracking, reality seeping through like water through a broken dam. Nicky was missing. His car was wrapped around a tree somewhere, and monsters, actual monsters with eyes like amber searchlights, were real. The same creatures he'd stopped checking for under his bed at age 10 were now hunting them through this concrete maze. And it was all his fault. He swiped his sleeve across his mouth, forcing steel into his spine. Nicky needed him. The others needed him. "I'm good," he croaked, straightening up. "Let's move." Conrad took point, his steel-toed boots creating a steady rhythm against the floor. "Listen up," he called back. "You have a limited number of bullets. You shoot, you better make it count. There's no resupply coming." The corridor seemed to stretch forever before finally opening into a chamber. Pale light filtered through a small window set high in the wall, barely pushing back the darkness. "Safe room," Conrad announced, moving purposefully toward the front wall. Or what's left of it. Liam's light revealed rows of metal shelving, their surfaces thick with dust. Old textbooks lay scattered among toppled vials, their contents long since dried to crystal residue. With a grinding screech that set their teeth on edge, Conrad yanked open a rusted steel shutter. Sunlight flooded the room, harsh and unforgiving, illuminating their faces, each one marked by fear, determination, and the weight of what was to come. Chapter 35. The Ramapo resort loomed before them, its back facade a stark contrast to the luxurious front entrance they'd seen the day before. Here, bare composite walls stretched upward like a prison, windowless and brutal in their simplicity. The electric fence hummed with lethal promise, its metal teeth gleaming in the morning light. Liam's eyes traced the perimeter, noting every shadow, every potential entrance. "Our way in?" Conrad gestured with a weathered hand, his movements precise. "Two options. Loading dock or that service door. Dock's our play. Like clockwork, delivery arrives same time each day." He tapped the face of his battered watch, the crystal scratched from years of similar operations. "Speaking of which..." As if summoned by his words, a white delivery truck rumbled around the corner, its engine coughing in the mountain air. The guard emerged from his station, a thick-necked man whose uniform stretched tight across his shoulders. He scrutinized the driver's papers before finally nodding and retreating to hit the buzzer. "Those cameras up there." Conrad pointed to two barely visible black domes mounted near the roofline. "I'll handle them." Matthias craned his neck, squinting against the glare. "Those things are sky-high. You planning to grow wings?" "Focus on your part," Conrad said, his voice carrying the weight of experience. "You're going in with Liam." "Hold on." Liam's stomach dropped. "You're staying out here? We'll be lost in there without you." Conrad pressed a folded paper into Liam's palm, cutting off his protest. "Resort layout. Every room, including the ones they don't want anyone knowing about. Those X's? That's where they'll keep her if she's here." Liam studied the map briefly before tucking it away, the paper crackling against his chest. "What about me?" John shifted his weight, uncertainty written across his features. "You and Jules are our insurance policy," Conrad said, his eyes tracking the delivery truck as it backed toward the loading bay. "When they find Nicky, we'll need a clean exit." He turned to Liam and Matthias, his expression grave. "Watch the fence top. When the electrical charge dies, that's your signal. Cameras are blind, and the fence is dead. Clock starts then." "How long?" Matthias whispered. 15 minutes. After that, backup power kicks in, and you're trapped. Remember what I told you about the others who never made it out?" Conrad's voice dropped lower. "This place has secrets it keeps forever." Conrad retrieved his climbing gear from the wall. "Fortune favors the brave," he murmured, then paused halfway through the door. "One last thing. Listen for the howler." "The what?" Liam asked. "Valley wind. Cuts through here like a blade. When it comes, those creatures, they use it. Masks their movement, covers their approach. Nature's hunting horn." His eyes met each of theirs in turn. "You hear it. You move fast and quiet. Because trust me, you're not the predator here." He ducked out, sliding the door shut behind him, leaving them in weighted silence. Behind the resort, the delivery truck settled against the loading dock bumpers with a pneumatic hiss. Two silhouettes moved in the cab, their laughter drifting up like morning mist, oblivious to the drama about to unfold. The mountain air grew thick with tension as seconds ticked by like hours. Liam's fingers drummed against his leg, his eyes searching the shadows for any sign of Conrad. A flash of movement caught his attention. There was Conrad, moving with the grace of a mountain cat, swinging a rope toward a gnarled pine branch jutting from the cliff face. The weathered trunk, twisted by decades of harsh winds, looked barely strong enough to hold a bird's nest, let alone a grown man. Liam's heart nearly stopped as he noticed the delivery men in their idling truck, their cab positioned with a clear view of Conrad's aerial acrobatics. "Please don't look up," he mouthed silently, his gaze bouncing between the oblivious drivers and Conrad's suspended form. With the perfection of a circus performer, Conrad caught the steel bar behind the security camera. The loading dock's mechanical groan filled the air as the door lifted, metal scraping against metal. The truck's engine rumbled as it disappeared inside, leaving only a sliver of space beneath the partially lowered door. Above, Conrad worked quickly. He pulled thick rubber gloves from his back pocket, gripping his utility knife between his teeth. His hands moved with certainty, stripping wires and creating connections that would blind the resort's electronic eyes. Huddled in the deepening shadows, Liam scanned the surrounding wilderness. The mountains loomed silent. Too silent. The usual chorus of birds had gone quiet, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Though he couldn't see them, he felt the presence of the creatures out there, waiting in the tree line. His gaze drifted to Jules, finding her already watching him. Her eyes held something urgent, unspoken words dancing behind them. Before she could break the silence, electricity crackled through the air like invisible lightning. The fence top sparked with blue fire, racing along the perimeter like a luminous serpent. "That's our cue," Matthias whispered, excitement and fear mingling in his voice. He squeezed John's shoulder before melting into the shadows. Liam reached for Jules' hands, holding them as if memorizing their warmth. Their eyes met in a conversation without words, years of shared history flowing between them. With a gentle smile that didn't quite mask his fear, he pressed 2 items into her palms. Turning to John, his voice thick with emotion, "Watch our backs, brother." He extended the flashlight, its metal cool against John's palm. "You'll need this more than me where you're stationed." The fence waited ahead, its metal links promising freedom or capture. Liam caught up with Matthias, both men eyeing the barrier between them and their goal. Scaling it would be simple enough, but stealth was crucial. The rumbling truck engine could fall silent at any moment. John sealed the door behind them while Jules kept vigil at the window, watching. The weight in her hands drew her attention downward. Her eyes widened. In one palm sat Liam's pistol, his last line of defense, now entrusted to her. In the other, a small velvet box. With trembling fingers, she lifted the lid. Nestled inside, a ring captured the only ray of light streaming through the small window, its stones throwing rainbow fire across her face. A small sound of surprise escaped her lips. Chapter 36. The fence's metal links bit into their palms as Liam and Matthias began their climb. Each movement sent a musical melody through the chain link, a symphony that seemed deafening in the morning quiet. They reached the top, pausing to survey their new kingdom of danger. Dawn painted the mountains gold, while cool air carried the scent of pine and possibility. Their eyes met, 1,000 words passing in that single glance. No verbal confirmation needed. Their shared look carried all the weight of a blood oath. They swung their legs over and dropped to the inside, landing in perfect unison. Liam's injured ankle screamed in protest, forcing him to bite back a cry. He pressed his palm against the fence until the stars cleared from his vision. Ahead, a warehouse door hung open like a crooked smile, promising both sanctuary and danger. Their path was clear. Reach it, slip inside, become invisible. That ankle going to hold, Matthias whispered, his eyes dancing between Liam and the empty courtyard. Standing exposed made Liam's skin prickle. He measured the distance to their target with narrowed eyes. Time was precious, slipping away like water. "It'll have to," he managed, pushing forward with a determined limp that he tried to disguise as a casual stride. Matthias kept pace, his mind working through the puzzle pieces. So, this Eisenhower woman, rich enough to buy small countries, kidnaps your cousin and stashes her in some resort that might as well be Area 51. Liam ducked behind a sculpted shrub, mind racing. The why is what's eating at me. None of it adds up. Could be about money, Matthias suggested, sliding between shadows. Though asking for ransom when you own a phone worth more than my entire neighborhood seems a bit... Exactly. Nikki's well off, but compared to Eisenhower, it's like robbing a lemonade stand when you own the bank. An engine's growl cut through their conversation. Liam's hand shot out, grabbing Matthias's jacket and pulling him earthward. "Down!" They melted into the dew-covered grass, each droplet a tiny magnifying glass reflecting their fear. After a brief exchange of papers and pleasantries, the vehicle curved away toward the main entrance. "Move," Liam breathed. They snaked across the remaining ground, bellies pressed to the earth like soldiers under fire, until they reached the outer door. Inside, the delivery men's voices bounced off metal walls, accompanied by the percussion of boxes being stacked. The loading dock stretched above them like a cathedral of steel and concrete, its rafters disappearing into shadow. Liam couldn't help wondering if this space once housed aircraft instead of secrets. Using the delivery truck as cover, they crept forward. Two figures moved near the entrance, one built like a fire hydrant, the other tall and lanky with pants that seemed to defy gravity. "Today's the day," Lanky announced, adjusting his grip on the dolly. "That new receptionist is totally into me." "Which receptionist?" Fire Hydrant wheezed, struggling with his end of the load. "Pick one," Lanky grinned. "Have you seen the staff here? It's like they only hire models." Fire Hydrant's laugh echoed off the walls. "Dream big, buddy. Dream big." The map's worn creases told stories of countless folds as Liam spread it between them, the paper crackling like autumn leaves. His finger traced 3 angry red X's, each mark a possible prison for Nikki. "First target's closest," he whispered, indicating a location marked near their position. "Middle section next. That last one." His finger hovered over the furthest X, its placement in the deepest part of the complex speaking volumes. "That's our final resort." "Simple enough," Matthias muttered, watching the entrance door creeping closed with agonizing slowness, its hydraulics hissing like a mechanical snake. "Just need to sprint across this hangar before we're locked out." They covered the distance in quick, measured steps, their shoes barely whispering against concrete. Liam's fingers caught the door's edge mere inches from closure, the metal cool and unyielding against his skin. He slipped through the narrow gap. Fluorescent light spilled onto his face, illuminating a corridor that branched like arteries through the building's heart. Hold position, Liam breathed, easing his head around the corner. The antiseptic smell of hospital corridors filled his nostrils as he peered down the larger hallway, a stark contrast to the warehouse's musty air. The medical wing spread before him like a stage set. That same nurse from yesterday, the one with horn-rimmed glasses and suspicious eyes, sat bathed in the blue glow of her computer screen. Two doctors huddled over a chart, their white coats pristine, stethoscopes gleaming under harsh lighting. Their hushed voices carried just enough urgency to raise the hair on Liam's neck. Down the corridor, the delivery men's dolly wheels squeaked against the polished floors as they wheeled their cargo toward the spa section. Retreating silently, Liam found Matthias with his eye pressed to the door crack, looking like a kid stealing glances at Christmas presents. A movement caught Liam's attention, another door across the hall. He eased it open, hinges mercifully silent, and peeked inside. The locker room air hung heavy with the sharp scent of industrial detergent and starched fabric. Standard-issue lockers lined one wall like metal soldiers standing at attention, their surfaces decorated with dents and scratches that hinted at countless stories. The opposite wall showcased ranks of scrubs, arranged by size and color, pressed so precisely they might have been waiting for a military inspection. A slow smile spread across Liam's face as he took in the room's offerings. "Matthias," he whispered, "I think we just found our uniforms for this infiltration." Chapter 37. Jules pressed her forehead against the cold metal door, relief flooding through her as the boys disappeared into the resort's depths. The ring caught fragments of sunlight from the window, sending prismatic dancers across the walls. Each tiny rainbow told a story of possibilities, promises yet to be made. Glass clinked against concrete, the sound sharp as a gunshot in the confined space. Jules' heart lurched into her throat. Through the murky darkness, John's flashlight beam cut erratic patterns like a drunken firefly searching for home. "John?" "Just exploring," his voice echoed back, hollow against the steel walls. "Stay close," Jules called, unable to shake the weight pressing against her chest. Something about this place. She wrapped her arms around herself, fighting a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. The bunker swallowed light like a hungry beast. What little sunshine squeezed through the window seemed to lose its will to live after a few feet, surrendering to the absolute darkness beyond. The air hung thick with decades of dust and secrets, carrying the metallic taste of old machinery and forgotten purposes. John's light danced across rows of shelving, catching glimpses of labeled vials and leather-bound journals whose spines had long since faded to illegibility. The beam suddenly struck metal. A ladder bolted to the far wall, its rungs wearing patches of rust like old scars. His light followed its path upward, revealing a submarine-style hatched door, its surface a battlefield between remaining red paint and encroaching rust. "No way," John breathed, excitement overtaking caution. The ladder creaked under his weight, each step a metallic protest against disturbance. At the top, his fingers found the wheel-like handle, cold and solid. It resisted at first, then surrendered with a sound like ancient bones cracking. Fresh mountain air rushed down to replace the bunker's stale atmosphere. John emerged into brilliant sunshine, the kind that only exists at high altitudes where the air runs thin enough to make your lungs ache. A handful of cirrus clouds stretched across the horizon like white scratches on blue glass. "John!" Jules' voice floated up, tinged with worry. Reluctantly, he sealed the hatch, each turn of the wheel feeling like locking away a secret. The ladder complained again as he descended, his mind already crafting the words to describe his discovery. "Jules, wait until you see what I found." But beyond the resort's boundaries, among the pine shadows where the mountain showed its teeth, something shifted. It moved with the practiced patience of an apex predator, its form blending so perfectly with the forest that even the birds forgot to sound their alarm. Yellow eyes tracked John's movement, calculating, waiting. This creature hadn't survived countless hunts by being hasty. It knew that patience made the meat taste sweeter. Chapter 38. The borrowed scrubs rustled with newness as Liam and Matthias stepped into the corridor, the sharp scent of industrial detergent still clinging to the fabric. At the nurse's station, the woman's fingers tap-danced across her keyboard, the blue light from her monitor reflecting off her horn-rimmed glasses like tiny moons. They glided past, their rubber-soled shoes squeaking against freshly waxed floors. The first target room loomed ahead, its metal handle gleaming under fluorescent lights. Liam's fingers wrapped around it, met only with unyielding resistance. "Dead end," he whispered, the words barely disturbing the antiseptic air. Matthias tested it himself. Then his eyes locked onto the electronic fob reader, its small red light pulsing like a mechanical heartbeat. A slow smile crept across his face. Time for some improv. Wait. But Matthias was already moving, his borrowed white coat swishing as he strode toward the nurse's station with the confidence of a senior physician. Liam's stomach performed Olympic-level gymnastics as he watched his friend approach the desk. The nurse's fingers never stopped their rhythmic dance across the keys, the sound a steady metronome in the quiet hall. With the casual grace of someone who belonged, Matthias leaned against the counter, his eyes scanning the organized chaos of the desk. There, nestled among patient charts and coffee-stained paperwork, a clipboard winked at him, its attached keycard catching the overhead light like a beacon. The nurse swiveled in her chair, the wheels humming against their plastic mat. She grabbed a sheet without looking up, her voice carrying the bored efficiency of someone reciting a familiar script. After you finish in 7, molecular testing needs an extra set of hands. She returned to her screen, the matter clearly dismissed. Matthias glided back, victory written in every step. He presented the keycard with a flourish worthy of a magician. And that, my friend, is how it's done. Everything bad I ever said about you, I take it all back, Liam admitted, accepting the card. Though I'm pretty sure this counts as a felony in at least 3 states. What can I say? Matthias preened, smoothing his borrowed scrubs like a peacock arranging its feathers. I guess I did watch one too many movies. The card reader chirped its approval as Liam swiped, its light turning from red to green. The door opened with a soft click, revealing an examination room that could have been lifted from any hospital in America, except for its conspicuous emptiness. The paper-covered bed lay undisturbed, and the only sound came from the quiet hum of monitoring equipment standing sentinel in the corner. Liam eased the door shut, the latch catching with a decisive click. "Strike 1, he muttered, his voice mixing with the ever-present hum of the ventilation system. Let's hope Nikki's behind door number 2. Chapter 39. The mountain road unwound before Officer Dean like a black ribbon laid across paradise. Towering pines stood sentinel on either side, their branches filtering sunlight into shifting patterns on his hood. After years of breathing city smog and dodging taxicabs, the crystal-clear air felt almost too pure for his urban-trained lungs. He thumbed the window control, letting the mountain essence flood the cruiser's cabin. The scent of pine sap and wild earth replaced the familiar bouquet of coffee and gun oil. His day off? What a joke. But a promise was a promise, especially to a kid like Liam. Dean lifted the CB radio, its familiar weight grounding him in this wilderness. "Road hawk to main house. You got your ears on?" "Over." Static crackled like campfire sparks before a woman's voice cut through, sharp as a drill sergeant's. "Main house receiving." "Over." "Any fresh tracks on our missing bear cub? Nikki Greenlee?" "Over." He kept his tone casual, though his gut had been churning since sunrise. Negative, Roadhawk. That trail's still cold. Over. Something dark sprawled across the asphalt ahead, out of place against the pristine landscape. Hold that thought, main house. Got some roadkill that ain't quite right. Over and out. The cruiser's door groaned open. He'd been meaning to oil those hinges for months. The acrid stench of scorched rubber assaulted his nostrils, a jarring intrusion in this natural cathedral. Fresh skid marks carved their story into the pavement, leading to a shredded tire that looked like it had lost a fight with a wood chipper. Someone's insurance premium just went up, he muttered, following the black scars to their source. An SUV huddled against the shoulder like a wounded animal, and Dean's casual curiosity crystallized into something sharper. The vehicle hadn't just crashed. It looked like it had gone 10 rounds with King Kong. Metal panels rippled and buckled in patterns that defied physics and logic. Dean pushed his sunglasses into his salt and pepper hair, disbelief morphing into horror as recognition hit him like a physical blow. Good grief, that's Liam's ride. Glass crunched beneath his boots as he circled the wreck, each step revealing new impossibilities. The passenger window hadn't just broken, it had exploded outward. The rear door hung open like a broken jaw, its hinges screaming a story of desperate escape. Nobody leaves a vehicle like this unless what's chasing them is worse than the crash. His fingers found a dark crust along the window frame, and 20 years of experience told him what it was before his brain could process it. Blood, still tacky. The forest loomed beyond the guardrail, a wall of green shadows and whispered threats. A twig snapped somewhere in that emerald darkness, the sound sharp as a gunshot in the mountain quiet. Wind rushed through the canopy, sending leaves dancing like nature's warning flags. Dean's hand found his holster clip, muscle memory taking over as something stirred in his peripheral vision. The footsteps behind him landed with a weight that spoke of something far larger than any black bear. He turned, his brain refusing to process what his eyes were seeing. The creature's presence filled the world like an eclipse, and when it opened its mouth, the sound that emerged wasn't just heard, it was felt. Chapter 40. Jules' footsteps traced invisible paths across the bunker floor, each turn bringing her back to the window like a moth to flame. Beyond the smudged glass, another sleek vehicle pulled up to the security gate, but her eyes remained fixed on Conrad. He clung to the building's face like a spider in a windstorm, his fingers white-knuckled against the steel supports, waiting to restore power to the fence the moment their friends emerged. The mountain air shifted, carrying whispers of approaching danger. Conrad's vest snapped like a flag in surrender, the wind growing teeth. His weathered hat, the one he'd sworn was lucky, caught an updraft and sailed over the resort's edge, a reluctant kite heading toward the idling car. Conrad's curse-laden growl carried through the glass as he scrambled onto the roof, his movements a desperate ballet of grace and urgency. John's presence materialized behind her like a persistent shadow, his fingers plucking at her shirt with the insistence of an ignored child. The gesture stirred something in her memory, a younger brother perhaps, or a cousin who never learned the art of patience. Jules, come on. His whisper held that familiar mix of excitement and frustration. You have to see this. Outside, Conrad lunged for his hat as it danced along the roof's edge, his fingers snagging it from the abyss at the last possible second. Jules released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Finally, she turned, meeting John's eager gaze. What's so important? Trust me. It's amazing. John, we're not exactly here for a tour. The words died in her throat as something slithered through the darkness behind him. The air grew thick, almost syrupy, and an oily blackness collected on her fingertips like dew on morning grass. She yanked her hand back, heart thundering against her ribs. "But you don't understand." John's voice carried the whine of someone about to reveal their best magic trick. The walls released a deep, shuddering moan that seemed to rise from the building's foundation, as if the structure itself was waking from a century-long nightmare. "Quiet!" Jules hissed, every muscle in her body turning to wire. The darkness behind the bookshelves had weight now, presence, something that shouldn't exist in their world of science and reason. A heavy thud echoed from the shadows as if something massive had just decided to join their little drama. John's courage evaporated like morning mist, and he strategically positioned himself behind Jules, using her as a human shield. She shot him a look that could have melted steel. "Seriously?" "Sorry," he mumbled, shame finally overwhelming his fear as he inched forward. The flashlight in his trembling hand carved weak paths through the thickening dark, each beam seeming to bounce off the shadows rather than penetrate them. The darkness watched them back, patient and hungry, as if it had all the time in the world to savor their growing terror. Chapter 41. The corridor's fluorescent lights cast an unnatural glow as they rounded the corner, and Liam felt his steps falter at the sight before them. A procession emerged from the shadows like a fashion magazine photo shoot gone wrong. Each face could have graced a billboard. Perfect bone structure, flawless skin, symmetrical features that seemed almost engineered. But their eyes were vacant pools, reflecting nothing, absorbing everything. They moved with an eerie synchronization, their hospital gowns whispering against marble floors. A figure in a pristine white coat led the group, another bringing up the rear, like shepherds guarding precious but mindless sheep. The beautiful people's footsteps fell in perfect rhythm, a haunting cadence that made Liam's skin crawl. As the procession glided past, the air seemed to chill. Not one head turned, not one gaze wavered. They might as well have been mannequins brought to life. "Are you seeing this?" Liam's whisper barely disturbed the air. Matthias swallowed hard, his usual swagger replaced by something closer to dread. "Yeah, if what you're seeing is a bunch of supermodels who look like they've had their souls dry cleaned." The group disappeared around a corner, the sound of their synchronized footsteps fading like a dying heartbeat. Only the lingering scent of expensive perfume suggested they'd been real at all. They pushed through a set of double doors, the metal cool against their palms. The medical wing stretched before them, sterile and unforgiving. "This way," Liam murmured, gesturing toward another corridor. The thunder of approaching footsteps made them both freeze. Two security guards charged toward them, their boots pounding against polished floors, weapons bouncing against tactical gear. Liam's heart slammed against his ribs. Escape routes flashed through his mind, each one more impossible than the last. "Man, I'm sorry," he breathed to Matthias. "I never should have—" "Pardon us, gentlemen," the first guard called out, barely breaking stride as they barreled past. Their radio chatter faded as they disappeared around the corner, leaving behind only the echo of urgent footfalls. Liam and Matthias stood rooted, their borrowed scrubs suddenly feeling like paper-thin disguises. Their eyes met, sharing a moment of stunned disbelief. "Did they just—" Matthias's voice trailed off. "Yeah," Liam replied, already moving faster. "But let's not wait around for them to realize their mistake. Something tells me there won't be a second chance." They quickened their pace, shoes squeaking against the floor, each step carrying them deeper into the resort's mysteries. Behind them, somewhere in the maze of corridors, the beautiful, empty-eyed people continued their endless parade, like dolls in a display case that had somehow learned to walk. Chapter 42. Jules and John pressed against the exit door, its metal surface cold against their backs as they stared into the darkness. It seemed to pulse around them with malevolent intent, but it had been a few minutes since they last heard anything. "Maybe," John's voice quivered. "Maybe we imagined it, like when you think you see shapes and shadows." "Yeah," Jules breathed, but the word held no conviction. "Just our minds playing tricks on us." The wind changed, transforming from a gentle whisper to something wild and hungry. It howled through the valley with predatory intent, making the small window rattle in its frame. Jules felt her blood turn to ice. "The howler," she whispered. "Conrad warned us about—" The words died in her throat as she looked through the window. Horror crawled up her spine and a sound escaped her that was barely human. "What?" John scrambled to his feet, sneakers scraping against concrete. "What did you—" His words trailed off as he joined her at the window. They emerged from the tree line like nightmares made flesh, creatures moving toward the entrance of the hotel. Their bodies rippled with unnatural strength, and even from this distance their yellow eyes burned like fallen stars. The color drained from John's face, leaving him ashen. He swayed, his knees buckling, the room spinning. Jules caught him before he hit the ground, lowering him gently. "Stay with me," she commanded, tapping his cheek with trembling fingers. His pupils had swallowed his irises, turning his eyes into black pools. "John, come back to me." "I'm okay," he mumbled, pushing himself up on shaky arms. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool air. But how did they— His gaze drifted back to the window. Jules followed his look, her heart sinking. The fence. They found a way through. Through the glass, Conrad clung to the building's face, his hands making frantic connecting gestures. Understanding hit her like a physical blow. "No," she whispered, "he's sealing the fence. He's trapping Liam and Matthias in there with those things." Her voice cracked. "Why would he—" "Containment." John's voice was hollow. "He's choosing the many over the few." The weight of Liam's gun pressed against her hip, suddenly feeling like salvation rather than burden. "We have options," she said, fingers brushing the weapon. 6 bullets, John countered, fear making his voice sharp. "Against how many of them? And that's assuming perfect shots. We can't just abandon them." John stared at her in disbelief and said, "If we go in, we're trapped too. At least out here we can keep the escape route." A sound froze them both, deep, rhythmic breathing from behind the shelves. The darkness seemed to deepen, to gather itself. "Don't move," Jules breathed, every muscle in her body turning to stone. The darkness birthed a nightmare. Muscle and sinew moved beneath leather-like skin as the creature emerged, its form a grotesque parody of human anatomy. The beam from John's flashlight caught yellow eyes that reflected back like burning coins. They moved as one, shouldering through the exit door. Staying was no longer an option. Metal screamed against metal as they yanked it shut behind them, the sound lost in the howling wind that slammed into them like a physical wall. The mountain's breath had turned feral, whipping through the valley with such force it seemed to steal the air from their lungs. Pure adrenaline propelled them forward, their feet barely touching ground. The fence loomed ahead, its links rattling a desperate melody in the savage wind. They scaled it with the desperate grace of prey animals, hearts thundering against ribs. Their relief lasted half a breath. The creature cleared the fence in a single fluid motion that defied physics. Each stride ate up yards of ground. It struck like lightning. One moment Jules was running, the next she was airborne, then slammed against unyielding earth. She rolled, facing her attacker, and felt her world shrink to yellow eyes and gleaming fangs that dripped anticipation. She scrambled backward, fingernails tearing against soil and grass. The creature stalked forward, each step deliberate, almost playful. Instinct drove her leg up in a desperate kick at its knee. The growl that followed made her bones vibrate, Worse was the way its lips pulled back, revealing more teeth in what might have been a smile. Before she could process that horror, its hand closed around her throat like a steel trap. Her feet left the ground as easily as a child's doll. The creature's grip crushed her windpipe, spots dancing at the edges of her vision. She clawed at fingers thick as tree branches, each desperate gasp more painful than the last. Those yellow eyes studied her with alien intelligence, drinking in her terror like fine wine. The gun. Her fingers found cold metal at her waistband, hope flaring bright as a signal flare. But the creature moved faster than thought. The weapon went spinning across the grass, and the roar that followed made her eardrums feel like shattered glass. The high-pitched ringing that replaced all other sound told her these were her last moments. Jules squeezed her eyes shut as hot, fetid breath huffed against her cheeks. Teeth like curved daggers descended toward her throat. A gunshot split the air like lightning. She hit the ground hard, lungs burning as they remembered how to work. Through tear-blurred vision, she saw the creature sprawled before her, a smoking crater where its chest had been. Dark liquid pooled beneath it, steaming in the cool air. John stood like an avenging angel, the gun steady in his hands despite his trembling shoulders. He rushed to her, pulling her up. The entrance beckoned, barely 30 feet away, but in the howling wind, she heard other things stirring. They weren't done running. Not by far. Chapter 43. The medical room breathed sterility. In the half-light, machines blinked their electronic vigil, green, red, green, casting alien shadows across institutional walls. Nikki hadn't moved in hours, letting the thin fabric of her hospital gown whisper lies of compliance while her fingers worked the ropes. The air conditioning hissed through vents above, raising goosebumps on her arms and making the IV bags sway like hangman's nooses. Each twist of her wrists sent fire through raw flesh, but the rope's final strand began to surrender. Days of methodical working, pretending to sleep while she picked and pulled, were about to pay off. The strand separated with a soft sigh of defeat. Her hands had swollen to nearly twice their size, angry purple bruises marking where the ropes had cinched her skin. The ankle bindings came easier, 2 hands making quick work of what had seemed impossible moments before. Above her head, the IV bag hung like a macabre trophy, filled with her own blood. They'd been drawing it for days, muttering about samples and compatibility when they thought she was sedated. With a sharp jerk that sent pain shooting through her arm, she yanked the needle free, watching crimson bead at the insertion point. The lock mechanism clicked, that distinct sound of metal teeth disengaging that she'd learned to dread. This room was special. She'd seen enough through half-closed eyes during their procedures to know the other rooms didn't have reinforced doors or triple locks. Her gaze fell on the chair, solid oak with restraining points built into the arms. Perfect. Moving like a ghost, she positioned herself behind the door, hefting the chair overhead. Her arms trembled. Too many days without real food. Too many samples taken, but fury made her strong. The kind of fury that builds over sleepless nights and needles and whispered conversations about subjects instead of people. Hinges groaned their warning. A shadow crossed the threshold, and Nikki brought judgment down with all the force of her captivity. The crack of splintering wood filled the room as her target crashed to the floor. "Nikki!" That voice, impossible, familiar, beloved, cut through her battle haze. Through the dim light, she saw him sprawled there and her world tilted on its axis. "Liam!" The chair slipped from suddenly numb fingers. She dropped to her knees beside him, hands hovering over his form, afraid to touch, afraid to confirm this wasn't another sedative-induced dream. Liam saw the terror in her eyes. "Nikki, it's okay. It's me. They always come at this hour. I thought you were one of them." Her hand shook as she helped him sit up. Note to self, Matthias's voice carried from the doorway, trying for lightness but trembling with relief. Never sneak up on Nikki. He crossed the space between them in long strides, wrapping her in an embrace that smelled of fresh air and freedom and everything they'd kept her from. We've been searching every corner of this place. Liam pressed a hand to the rising welt on his head, wincing. We're getting you out of here. The door exploded inward with a force that sent Matthias stumbling. A mountain of a guard filled the threshold. Behind him emerged Howard, the white-haired man Liam remembered from yesterday, dark glasses reflecting nothing, concealing everything except wildly bright eyes. Howard moved with the casual menace of a predator who knew exactly how much power he wielded. The Smith & Wesson in his hand wasn't just a weapon, it was a punctuation mark to his every sentence. "Brave," he drawled, the word dripping with more condescension than praise. Monumentally stupid, but brave. Almost impressive. Liam and Matthias moved simultaneously, creating a human shield around Nikki. Their bodies spoke a language of protection deeper than words, brothers in arms even if they weren't related by blood. "Hands up," Howard commanded. Liam's hands rose slowly, each movement calculated. No sudden moves. Not with the trigger finger so close. The guard's pat-down was methodical, impersonal. "Clear," he announced, stepping back. Howard chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. Two teenagers thinking they could dismantle a facility like this? Hollywood would laugh you out of the pitch meeting. Liam's voice was steel, wrapped in desperation. "Why, Nikki?" "As if the answer would somehow make sense to you," Howard muttered to his guard, who nodded with practiced synchronicity. He leaned forward. "It's not about her. It's about what she contains. We're constructing something unprecedented, something your limited imagination couldn't comprehend." His gaze swept over them, calculating. Dismissive. "You've seen too much. And in our line of work, witnesses are inconvenient." The gun rose, locked, loaded. Mrs. Eisenhower materialized in the doorway, designer heels clicking against tile. "Howard, what's happening here?" Howard's entire demeanor shifted, shark to lapdog in milliseconds. "Nothing to concern yourself with, ma'am. Just a minor security issue." She surveyed the scene, her gaze lingering on Liam with disdain. "Trespassing is a serious crime," she announced, her voice brittle as winter glass. "Kidnapping's pretty serious, too," Liam shot back, something wild and desperate in his eyes. Mrs. Eisenhower's laugh was a razor blade wrapped in silk. "Oh, not this again." Matthias couldn't contain himself. "How can you just stand by and watch this happen? These are people, not experiments." Howard's hand tightened almost imperceptibly on the gun. One twitch, one breath, and everything would change. Mrs. Eisenhower's perfectly sculpted eyebrows drew together, her gaze ping-ponged between Howard and Liam, searching for some thread of familiar reality. "Howard, what is he talking about?" Liam stepped aside, revealing Nikki in all her broken glory. Hospital gown hanging loose, bare feet against cold tile, her arm trickling blood like a scarlet promise. Recognition crashed over Mrs. Eisenhower like a wave, shock etching itself into the carefully maintained lines of her face. "Nikki?" The name escaped as a breathless whisper. Matthias couldn't contain himself. "Oh, surprise." The sarcasm dripped from his words like acid. "Looks like your perfect little world just got complicated." Mrs. Eisenhower's composure fractured. "This is impossible. This is a world-class institution." "It's the truth." Nikki cut her off, voice steady as a mountain. The older woman's confusion reached a fever pitch. "But I saw you at the hotel. How?" "Ask your assistant," Nikki suggested. "Howard, he wouldn't hurt a fly. Mrs. Eisenhower protested, her voice catching between denial and desperation. The words hung in the air, fragile as spun glass. Howard's smile transformed, no longer a mask of professional courtesy, but something razor-edged and dangerous. Amusement danced in his eyes like a predator toying with prey. "Don't worry," he said, each word a perfectly polished blade. "I have everything under control." She planted one manicured hand on her hip, designer heels tapping an impatient rhythm against the tile. Her posture screamed control, even as the situation unraveled around her. Howard's patience frayed like an old electrical wire. The polite veneer cracked, revealing something darker underneath. "You're too curious for your own good, Mrs. Eisenhower," he snarled. His hand swept toward her, a gesture that was part invitation, part threat. "Join the others," he commanded, his voice dropping an octave. Mrs. Eisenhower stammered, shock rendering her articulate corporate persona into something small and vulnerable. "Howard, what's happening? What's gotten into you?" He threw his hands up, a theatrical gesture of pure frustration. "Your questions," he hissed, shooting a silent command to the guard, "are becoming incredibly tedious." Her face flushed crimson, a blend of anger and confusion. "Shut up, Howard." "I don't think you understand your position," Howard returned, each word carefully measured. "You're hardly in a place to make demands." His hand rose, the gun aimed perfectly at its target. "In fact, you'll be the first to go." The hammer pulled back, a sound like destiny clicking into place. Gunfire exploded through the room. Screams erupted in the hallway, raw, animal sounds of pure terror. Liam moved on instinct. He snatched the weapon from the distracted man. "Back up," he commanded, and for a moment, even Howard looked impressed as he carefully backed away from the loaded gun. The hallway beyond the door became a canvas of chaos. A woman sprinted past, her arm a fountain of crimson. Footsteps, screams, something else, something moving. The beast emerged from the shadows like a nightmare given flesh. Howard's bravado evaporated. "You'll never be safe," he snarled, backing out of the room. "I have connections everywhere." The creature didn't care about connections. In one fluid motion it separated Howard from reality, claws slicing. The guard stood frozen, a statue of pure terror. Another roar. The guard bolted, the creature hot on his trail. And in the room, Liam, Nicky, and Matthias stood frozen, watching as something fundamental about their world shattered completely. Chapter 44. The corridor stretched before them like a wound, bleeding silence and horror. Liam moved forward. The floor told stories of violence, splattered crimson painting abstract nightmares across institutional white walls. 3 bodies lay broken, their limbs twisted in positions no human body should ever assume. The metallic stench of blood hung thick enough to taste. Mrs. Eisenhower swayed behind him, her designer outfit now a mockery of its former pristine state. Liam took hold of Nicky's arm as he led the group away. He could feel her pulse, a reminder that they were still alive. "We need to move," he murmured, voice low enough to barely disturb the air. "Now!" She nodded, her hospital gown a pale flag of surrender against the darkness. Mrs. Eisenhower straightened, decades of corporate training fighting against pure terror. Her manicured hands smoothed non-existent wrinkles, a futile attempt to restore order to a world that had gone completely mad. They crept forward, shadows consuming their movements. Each breath felt loud enough to wake whatever monsters lurked in the building's countless corridors. Distant roars echoed. Double doors loomed ahead, a potential gateway to safety or destruction. Liam pressed his ear against cold metal, listening. Silence, Or was that breathing? Something waiting. He eased the doors open, muscles coiled like springs. The creature hunched over its victim, looked up. Time stopped. Yellow eyes met theirs. Predator recognizing new prey. Blood dripped from razor-like claws, creating a macabre rhythm against the floor. Liam's finger pressed against his lips. His message: don't make a sound. Retreat. Survive. Behind the creature, a torn body told a story of violence too graphic to comprehend. It seemed they were up next on the menu. The double doors erupted inward like a bomb, metal hinges shrieking in protest. A man filled the threshold. Security, by the look of his tactical gear and the radio clipped to his belt. His eyes swept the corridor sharp as a hawk's, taking in every detail minus the creature. "You're not supposed to be in here," he said, his voice full of condemnation. Liam's world compressed into a single heartbeat. His hand shot out, fingers splaying in a desperate silent warning. But language of survival meant nothing to someone who didn't understand the predator waiting just beyond. The creature moved fast. A blur of claws tore through their target. Its attack was abrupt and final, a violent answer to a question no one had asked. The man's body hit the ground like a dropped marionette, strings suddenly cut. A spray of red painted the walls. "Go!" Liam's hands found Nicky and Mrs. Eisenhower, shoving them backward through the swinging doors. The creature's yellow eyes locked on the swinging door for one eternal moment. Then it returned to its meal. They fled down corridors that seemed to breathe with their own malevolent life. Mrs. Eisenhower moved with surprising speed, designer heels clicking a desperate rhythm against polished tile. At the corridor's intersection, Liam raised a hand. "Halt! Let me check," he breathed, the words barely disturbing the air. His back pressed against cool concrete, muscles coiled like steel cables, each breath calculated. He stretched his neck, scanning left, then right. Nothing moved. "Clear," he whispered, the first hint of hope they'd experienced in hours. But hope was a luxury they couldn't afford. Not yet. Liam's arm became Nicky's lifeline, supporting her weight as they navigated the corridor's sterile whiteness. Matthias moved like a sentinel, his gaze constantly sweeping their back trail. The next corner revealed carnage. Howard's body had been dragged and discarded. Now all that remained was a grotesque puzzle of flesh and fabric. His signature dark glasses had fallen away, revealing eyes that glowed an unnatural yellow. "What in the world?" Matthias muttered, surveying the massacre. "Where's the rest of him?" Liam's spine crawled. The bodies around them looked unreal, limbs positioned at angles that defied human anatomy. Something was hunting them, something that didn't follow any natural rules. "We keep moving," Liam commanded, his voice steady despite the horror surrounding them. Nicky trembled against him, face pale, and seeming extra vulnerable in the hospital gown. Her fingers clutched his shirt, finding strength in his solid presence. The intersection ahead stretched and contracted with a life of its own. A shadow moved, too fast to be natural, then another, then dozens. They came like a nightmare given flesh. Fur-covered monsters moving with the synchronized brutality of a military unit. Their movement echoed a stampede, hooves replaced by razor-sharp claws. Liam lowered Nicky gently, positioning her behind him. The Smith & Wesson felt impossibly light in his hand. One shot. A creature tumbled. Second shot. Another fell. But for every monster that dropped, two more emerged from the shadows. The ground began to tremble. Do you feel that? Nikki's whisper carried pure, primal terror. The vibrations grew. Not just a shake, a full-bodied rumble that spoke of something massive approaching, maybe a large herd. Escape was no longer an option. Survival was about to become a very complicated negotiation. Liam's fingers wrapped around the gun's steel like a lifeline. Each shot, a desperate attempt to hold back the impossible. 1, 2, 3 creatures dropped, their massive bodies crashing to the floor like fallen redwoods. But they kept coming. Matthias's voice cracked with a humor born of pure terror. Any brilliant ideas? The empty click of Liam's gun answered louder than words. Completely out. A heartbeat of silence. Matthias managed a sardonic laugh. Well, it's been fun. The first creature came fast. Too fast. One blink, and it was across the room. The next, its talons had found Matthias, curling around him and hauling him clean off the ground. The roar that erupted could have split mountains. Matthias, because terror makes some people laugh, grinned. Seriously? Your breath is worse than my gym socks. Liam's mind raced. Quarterback, think like a quarterback. Calculate, adapt, survive. The gun became a weapon in an entirely different sense. He aimed and threw. Metal met monster flesh. The weapon struck just behind the creature's eye, that universal weak spot that evolution seemed to have forgotten to armor. Blood erupted, bright, shocking. The creature staggered, and then something else happened. A smoke bomb materialized from nowhere, exploding at the creature's feet. Thick gray clouds billowed, turning the corridor into a war zone of obscured horror. Who? Liam started to ask. But the universe was done explaining anything today. Chapter 45. Conrad materialized like a ghost through the smoke, Jules and John flanking him with the precision of a tactical unit. Liam's mind split between relief and terror, salvation or additional complication. No time to decide. Down! Conrad's grunt was more command than suggestion. Another smoke bomb sailed through the air, a gray meteor targeting the massive beast. It released Matthias with a frustrated roar, the young man scrambling back to safety like a wounded animal. Smoke billowed, transforming the corridor into a ghostly landscape. Jules rushed to Liam, her hands searching for injuries. You're alive! Her eyes landed on Nikki, taking in the pale, broken figure. Nikki, she breathed, disbelief and relief mixing in equal measure. John's gaze locked onto Mrs. Eisenhower, disgust etching every line of his face. What's she doing here? Matthias rubbed his bruised arm. Turns out, she's not the villain. Conrad's eyes swept the group, taking inventory. Found your cousin, he stated, part observation, part congratulation. Jules turned to Conrad, a thread of concern in her voice. Why are they so quiet? Smoke's got a peculiar effect, Conrad explained, his voice low and steady, blocks their sensory input, calms them down, makes them controllable. The floor began to tremble, a low, persistent vibration that spoke of something massive moving beneath. Pack movement, Conrad muttered. They travel together, hunt together. Liam lifted Nikki, her body light as a bird's against him. Matthias moved to support her other side, their movements synchronized. Sirens erupted, red warning lights spinning across the ceiling like blood-colored pinwheels. Mrs. Eisenhower's voice cut through the chaos. Security breach. Outer grounds compromised. 3 minutes before total lockdown. She pointed toward the smoke-filled corridor. That's our only exit. Liam's heart hammered. Their escape route lay through a fog, concealing monsters that defied imagination. Go with Mrs. Eisenhower, Conrad said, already turning away. Where are you going? Liam's question hung in the air. Conrad's profile was etched with determination. Reactivating the fence. Can't let these things escape. A moment of connection passed between them. Gratitude. Respect. Something deeper than words. "Thank you," Liam called. Conrad nodded, then vanished into the corridor's shadowy depths, leaving behind only the echo of his footsteps and the promise of sacrifice. The smoke consumed them like a living thing. Liam led their human chain, fingers trailing along the wall, their only anchor in this gray void. Each breath felt measured, calculated. One wrong move could summon whatever predators lurked just beyond visibility. The creature's breath moved around them, hot, primal, hungry. It carried a smell like wet earth, like something dug up from beneath forgotten graveyards. "I can hear them," John whispered, his voice trembling. "Breathing, shifting." Jules' eyes scanned the impenetrable darkness, her pupils dilated. "Me too." The corporate titan had shrunk, vulnerability replacing her usual ironclad confidence. Her hand trailed along the wall, searching for stability. Liam's world narrowed to survival. Each step a potential death sentence. Each breath a negotiation with unseen monsters. Gradually, light began to slice through the smoke, a pulsing red emergency beacon painting the corridor in apocalyptic hues. Doors lined the hallway like sentinels, intersecting corridors promising endless potential for danger. And then the body. A woman lay sprawled, her flesh the color of ash, clothing torn as if she'd been caught in a hurricane of claws. Her eyes stared at the ceiling, not seeing, never seeing again. The metallic stench of blood hit Liam like a physical force. He gagged, burying his face in his elbow, trying to block out the horror. Nicky and Matthias turned away, their gasps sharp with shock and terror. "Is she?" Jules' whisper hung incomplete, the question too horrible to finish. The emergency light continued its relentless pulse. Red dark, revealing, concealing, as if the building itself was breathing. Liam's fingers brushed the nurse's identification badge, a ghost of her former life. "Nurse," he murmured, the word feeling like a eulogy. John's response cut like a knife. "Used to be." The implication hung in the air, thick as the blood pooling beneath them. They moved quietly. Matthias and Liam lifted their legs high, stepping over the body like dancers avoiding a fallen prop. Nicky followed, supported between them. Silence pressed against them. The kind of quiet that meant something was watching, waiting. An intersecting hallway, a whisper of sound. "Did you hear that?" Jules' voice barely disturbed the air. Shadows danced unnaturally. The creatures formed a semicircle of nightmare. Discarded clothing told stories of violence. Blood painted the walls like abstract art designed by something that didn't understand human suffering. Liam's world compressed to a pinpoint of pure terror. Mrs. Eisenhower's heels clicked against the marble floor, a metronome of impending doom. "No!" the group hissed in perfect synchronization. Jules' hand shot out, a universal signal. "Stop! Freeze! Don't move!" Confusion painted Mrs. Eisenhower's face. "What?" The creatures turned. Yellow eyes locked onto them. Muzzles curled back. Anger wasn't the right word for what radiated from them. Hunger was closer. But even hunger suggested something human. This was something else. Chapter 46. Liam's survival instincts accelerated to full throttle. "Go!" The word exploded from him like a gunshot. "Which way?" Jules cried. Mrs. Eisenhower's response crackled with urgency. "Straight ahead. There's an exit door. Our only chance before lockdown." Together, they sprinted, broken, desperate, but unified. Nikki's weight hung from Liam, her toes barely touching the ground. Behind them, the creatures were pursuing and closing the gap fast. The escape door flickered with a digital warning, a countdown to their potential doom. Metallic letters pulsed. Lockdown imminent. The sounds that filled the air had no name. Too deliberate for something wild, too wrong for anything that belonged in this world. Looking back meant death. Liam's quarterback instincts knew this. Forward. Always forward. Then the world shattered. Jules hit the marble floor with a sound that would haunt Liam's nightmares. A beast had her ankle, dragging her like a fish on a line, her whole body twisting and thrashing, desperate for something that wasn't there. "Let me go!" Her scream ricocheted off sterile walls. Nikki's hand pressed against her mouth, terror etching itself into her features. Matthias took a hit that sent shockwaves through his body. Pain blossomed across his ribs, leaving him momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Liam's heart thundered. Calculations happened in milliseconds. Survival wasn't about heroics, it was about strategy. He transferred Nikki to John. "No!" Nikki's protest dissolved into tears. "I'm bringing Jules back," Liam declared. Something in his voice made Nikki understand. Her nod was small. Devastating. The beast continued dragging Jules. Liam moved like pure kinetic fury. His quarterback muscles propelled him forward, every cell dedicated to one mission: save Jules. He sailed over Matthias's prone form, scanning desperately for anything that could serve as a weapon. Nothing. Just sterile corridor. Weapon or no weapon, he would fight. Mrs. Eisenhower's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. She was calculation personified, cold, merciless. Matthias lay sprawled on the floor, and she didn't even break stride. One glance told her rescue would take too long. She turned to face Nikki and John. "Follow me," she demanded, her voice sharp as a knife's edge. But they weren't listening. Their eyes were locked on something beyond her. Beyond the exit, something terrifying dropped like a nightmare. "This is your last chance," she urged, backing toward the exit. The words swept past them, unheeded. Neither of them moved. She crossed the threshold. A creature larger than possibility rose in the corridor, its form blending into the darkness surrounding it. Mrs. Eisenhower spun. Her scream started as a crystal-sharp note of pure terror. Then silence. The monster stepped from the exit into the corridor, and a split second later, the door, their only escape, sealed shut. They were now concealed inside with the creature. "We're trapped," Nikki's voice fractured. John's hands framed her face. "We're not done," he growled as they began to retreat. At the far end of the corridor, Liam became pure kinetic energy. He rocketed through the air, a human missile targeting the creature's massive form. Fur like steel wool scraped his skin. Impact erupted through his bones. The beast staggered. Jules dropped. Liam's fingers found her, checking damage. A smear of blood, just enough to terrify. He yanked her upright in one fluid motion. The creature rose. Its growl started deep in its chest, spreading to the building's foundation, then exploded into a roar that transformed the hallway into a sound chamber of dread. After retreating from the escape door, Nikki and John pressed together, stepping backward one step at a time. The creature approached, savoring their fear. A snort escaped it. Part laugh. Nikki's legs trembled. John's grip became her anchor. No escape routes. No options. They turned, sprinted, adrenaline their only fuel. Behind them, Liam, Matthias, and Jules raced toward the escape door. The beast's rage thundered, footsteps of destruction. Liam skidded, avoiding a collision with John and Nikki by millimeters. The door. John's breath dissolved into ragged despair. Liam's voice cut through the panic. "And Mrs. Eisenhower." John shook his head, a small, devastating gesture of helplessness. No words. Just that single, profound movement acknowledging their lost companion. Growls closed in, creatures advancing from both directions, not charging, but stalking. "What do we do?" Jules' whisper hung in the air. Panic pressed against them like a physical weight. Then, a sound. Psst. Chapter 47. A crack of light. A moment of impossible hope. A young couple motioned urgently from a doorway. Beautiful, but with that same sickly pallor that marked everyone in this nightmare. They tumbled inside and slammed the door shut. Liam's breath came in ragged gasps. Beads of sweat glinted on his skin in the poorly lit stairwell that stretched upward like a concrete spine. The woman spoke, her voice brittle. "Roof," she said. John's anxiety clawed at the edges of reason. And then what? Her eyes darted to the door, watching, listening. "Anywhere but here," she whispered. "Those things. They've taken the building. Can't go back." Liam's calculation was immediate. Nikki's strength was questionable. Their time was not. "We move," he commanded. His arm wrapped around Nikki, supporting her weight. They climbed. Each flight of stairs became a battle. Legs burning, lungs screaming. A thunderous bang erupted from below. Matthias leaned over the railing, one hand pressed against his broken ribs. His face told the story before his words could. "They're here," he grunted, "and they've brought an army." The first beast's howl split the air. Liam climbed quicker than he thought possible. Nikki in his arms, stairs beneath his feet, the promise of survival hanging by the thinnest thread. 2 more flights. The creatures surged forward, eyes gleaming. "They're closing in!" Matthias' voice erupted from behind, raw with desperation. The stench hit first. Putrid and thick, it crawled down Liam's throat, making his eyes water. Demon smell. Something between rotting meat and burned electricity. Escape was so close, yet so impossible. A fire extinguisher gleamed on the wall, a weapon of last resort. Liam calculated in milliseconds. "Take her," he commanded John, transferring Nikki's weight. "Keep moving, no matter what." The others climbed. Liam turned to face the approaching nightmare. Matthias struggled onto the final flight, pain etched across every movement. Just as his foot touched the last step, a beast seized him. Lightning fast. Brutal. Liam smashed the glass, grabbed the extinguisher. "Pull, aim, squeeze, sweep," he muttered. White foam erupted. The monster screamed. Matthias broke free. He climbed upward. Light flooded in as his friends made their way past him and pushed through the exit. Another beast pounced. Foam sprayed. A temporary shield. "Keep spraying," Matthias shouted. "Foam's dying." Panic clawed at Liam's voice. Beasts leapfrogged, teeth, claws, pure evil. Matthias reached him just as the extinguisher fizzled. Liam hurled the metal canister. Beasts tumbled like broken puppets. "Go!" Liam screamed. "Not without you." Matthias refused. Brotherhood trumped survival. Liam cleared the stairs. 1 step, then another. Chapter 48. Liam exploded through the exit, metal door screaming under his impact. Sunlight attacked. Brutal, unforgiving. He squinted against a world suddenly too bright, too real. "They're coming," he warned. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Matthias found a 2x4, rough-hewn, splintered. He tossed it to Liam like a lifeline. The wooden plank slammed against the door, barring it closed just as something massive began to pound from the other side. "Split up," Liam commanded. "Look for a way down." The group scattered like seeds in a hurricane. Jules left, John right. The mysterious couple vanished toward the back. Matthias remained with Nikki, her strength a flickering candle about to extinguish. A scream sliced through the air. The young woman's terror preceded her visual horror. Liam followed her gaze. Below them, the world transformed. Beasts covered everything: resort grounds, forest, fence line, a living carpet of muscle and hunger, moving like an army of ants, unstoppable. The 2x4 began to splinter. Liam watched, something dying inside him. No deliverance, no escape, just waiting. Then, a sound. Rotors cutting through chaos. A helicopter rose above the resort, powerful and impossible. Black-clad figures leaped out, assault rifles tracking the approaching nightmare. Salvation, or something close to it. Officer Dean stepped forward. Gravity itself seemed to bow before his presence. "Fire!" The command thundered like biblical judgment. Rifles erupted. Not just sound, a wall of destruction. Each bullet a promise of living to see another day cutting through the beast tide. Liam watched. His friends became blurs of motion. Adrenaline transformed him. He scooped up Nikki, her weight nothing compared to the weight of survival. One motion hurled her into the helicopter's sanctuary. Matthias followed, collapsing onto the floor. The mysterious couple ran for the chopper, leaning into each other, sharing their last remaining strength in a fragile embrace. Liam's hands became salvation, lifting them into safety. Jules sprinted. A beast launched. Physics defied. A rapid round of shooting took it out. Liam pulled Jules up, turned. John balanced on the building's edge. Beasts surrounded him, but he stood hidden by a large ventilation system, teetering on the edge of death. Their eyes met, communicating a lifetime of friendship in a single moment. John's smile was soft, devastating, a gentle head shake. "Save yourself." Then he stepped. He was gone. Liam felt John's absence like a physical blow. Strong hands yanked him into the helicopter. Black Ops soldiers, strong and calm as heavy artillery fire, continued in the absolute chaos. They lifted off. Chaos dissolved beneath them. The resort transformed into a frightening landscape. Beasts swarming like a conquering plague, consuming everything. Something like shock had taken hold of Liam. His friend was there, and then he wasn't. The suddenness of it all left him shaken. He searched the ground, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. "Look!" Jules' voice erupted. Everyone pressed toward the windows. Conrad's black sedan. John standing beside him, both grinning like they'd just pulled off the impossible. Cheers exploded through the helicopter cabin. The sedan sped through open gates. The helicopter rose higher. Below, creatures became black smudges, locusts, devouring everything. Liam sank into his seat, exhaustion seeping into his bones. Jules sat across from him, their eyes locked, survivors. He thought of Francis. Funny how nearly dying had a way of making everything else feel beside the point. Jules smiled, the kind of smile that had nothing to do with happiness and everything to do with disbelief. The kind that said, "What am I going to do with you?" "I have a confession to make," she exhaled, almost laughing despite herself. The adrenaline, the blood, the sheer absurdity of still being alive, it made everything feel suddenly, dangerously honest. Francis is gay. She watched his face, the way it shifted, the slow unraveling of whatever story he'd been telling himself for God knows how long. "He's my best friend," she added quietly. "He's always just been my best friend." A breath burst out of him, one he hadn't realized he'd been holding. It came out as a laugh, quiet and a little ashamed. "I'm such an idiot," he murmured, shaking his head. He pulled her close. She fit against him the way she always had, like no time had passed at all. The laughter faded. He tucked a strand of hair from her face and just looked at her for a moment. Then he kissed her. Not urgently. There'd been enough urgency for one day. Just slow and certain and long overdue. "Look," Matthias said. They pulled apart. Through the tree line, black SUVs rolling down the mountain road in a slow, deliberate line. Behind them, combat vehicles, one after another, methodical and unhurried. Jules counted them without meaning to. "That's not a search party," she said. "It was too organized, too fast. Like whoever sent them already knew exactly where to look." This is the end of Book 1. Stay tuned for the sequel. Thank you for listening to Ramapo Deadly Shadows.